All right, what's up? What's up? What's going on, everybody? What's going on, everybody? Shout out to everybody in the building. Appreciate each and every one of you. We're about to get this thing started. I see some people already making references to the epic classic show that took place yesterday. We're going to be getting it. We're going to do some recap of that and the main topic. So we'll see what happened. But without further ado, let's get ready to go. Yes, I'm still rolling the intro. Let's get ready to go. Let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
What is up? What's going on, everybody? Shout out to the Early Bird Squad. Those of you that make it in bright and early before we even get things started. Really quick shout out to y'all because we got to get into this. Snazzy individual in the building with the first comment says, "Morning BR, ready for another great show." Absolutely. LB Crypto, who normally dropped the first comment, says Snazzy beat him to it. Aaron B, LB Crypto once again says, "Coming back after yesterday's epic performance with 500 watchers and 10. I don't think it didn't top all that 10K total views. Not yet. It's still getting views. Like, people still going back and watching that one. But not at 10K views, but did top all that 500 viewers, which I was proud of because, you know, I used to do that more regularly. So hopefully that can jumpstart us and get us back where we was at. And of course, shout out to RM. In the building. Shout out to RM. Shout out to Winthrop says, yo Matt and yo Massa, where my cotton picking dinner at? Yeah, man. That was a wild one. We're gonna be talking about that. I'm definitely gonna have to integrate that into this show today at some point. If I would have been thinking, I would have did some research, a little reading, watched a documentary or two, and then came with, you know, and just basically did a follow-up show on that whole thing. But I didn't want to wing it. So that's still maybe coming down the pipeline. That may be the Friday morning show. The Friday night show is still on. I canceled Wednesday. Apologies, but I canceled the Wednesday night show. But Friday night show is still on. The idea, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. That's what we're going for. But shout out to who else we got in here. Shout out to Learn Together with Oban. It's probably the last one I read. Says he used to talk smoothly to women and not embarrass them in public, even though their behavior ain't that great. I got it, however. We'll get into that. We'll get into that. We'll get into that. But shout out to everybody in the building. I'm seeing comments coming in. I said I wouldn't read no more. He says fresh and fit Waka Flocka's fresh and fit ruin Waka Flocka's bland. Did not know he was still relevant. But if people think hard in the paint, still stop. That's cool with me. What up, fam? Nah, we're gonna get into it. We're gonna get into it. We're gonna get into it. But all right. All right, all right, all right. Cut the music. Cut the music. Cut the music. Let's go ahead and get into it. Let's go ahead and get into it. Shout out to the patrons that you see scrolling on the side of the screen. Greatly appreciate each and every one of you who are members on the Patreon. Greatly, greatly, greatly 100% appreciate each and every one of you. We're about to be getting into this. It is a very curious thing. A very curious thing that happens when it comes to this type of content. This type of content where we say things about women, and it's a very peculiar thing where certain rappers want to separate themselves from it. The whole crowd that said that told us, the bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks. All right. The genre of music who says these hoes ain't loyal. When they hear men talking in live conversation, in live open conversation about some of the things that, truth be told, they say it in their rap songs. It's like they can't be next to that. It's almost like the same theory of, how a comedian can get away with saying certain things, but you can't say it around in polite company around certain people. So, and I see the Conqueror down there saying Waka Flocka is a simp, forget his brand. I don't think he is. And I'm almost reluctant to say, I almost don't even want to call him a coward because he's looking at it. Okay. Calling women out on their nonsense. I'm going to play the clip and show the nonsense. Calling women out on their nonsense does not make him any money. Does not make him any money. So, but the stuff that Fresh and Fit do, where they got the girls in there and they talking and they having those type of conversations, it is overlap with that. It is overlap with that because I mean they technically do live the Miami lifestyle of what a rapper would live in Miami. They constantly partying, they going out, they got girls around them all the time. So it's overlap. Those two. That's why a lot of people in the hip hop industry they've been on Fresh and Fit's show. A lot of them. They've been there because you can see how and why it would be overlap. And shout out to Sir Tice that says new member. You probably just updated your payment method or something. I thought you was already a member, but shout out to Sir Tice, whether you became a new member or just updated your payment method. Had to get that those Walmart, had to go put some more money on your Walmart debit card. Okay, yeah, he said your little prepaid Walmart card, you had to go put some more money on it. Okay, I see. But no, but shout out to Sir Tice. I knew he was already a member. But yeah. But that's what it legit be like. That's what it legit be like, where these guys who are in these industries, and we saw it the first time with Future. All right. We saw it the first time when Future did that thing with Kevin Samuels, when Kevin Samuels was playing his therapist in the music video. That was the first time we saw that, where it's like, okay, these manosphere talking points, red pill, all of that is getting mainstream. It's getting in certain circles in certain areas where we haven't exactly seen it, and now it's there. All right, now it's there. Now these rappers who, they do rap videos, or they got girls twerking, like when the rap videos and just rappers in general. That's like if we're gonna put on that hat and talk about who's objectifying women, and that's the female objectification capital of the world, the hip hop industry. All right, it's like you can't get around that. You can't get around that they work in an industry that is built on, like, if you ever just saw like the behind the scenes on a rap video set, how they talking to the chicks, telling them what to do, then it's like if you look in this camera, if you don't have a record deal, you better not look in this camera. And then chick looking, and chick, she's sitting there dancing. She trying to have her 2 minutes of fame when the camera scrolling by her, and she can't help it. So she look in it and get kicked off the set. Let alone all the stuff that we get to see on the camera, on the video, Dame dashing chicks. All that stuff is going on and going down in the rap video. But then, Waka Flocka sit down with Fresh and Fit and the girls there, and Fresh just basically talks about them as they are. Talks about them literally as they are. Literally as, they were saying some stupid stuff. Like it got so stupid on that show. I'm about to pull the clip. It got so stupid on that show to where they had to like when Myron said something as simple as men are superior to women physically. Now I understand that it's some slight word play in there that could trigger a chick, because when you just say the superior to women, it's like, but then he said physically at the end. Everything's okay. He said physically. He didn't just say superior in general. He said superior to women physically. Right there, it should be a pumping of the brakes. Okay, he said physically. He said no need to overreact. Everybody be cool. No need to overreact. He just said their men are superior physically. One could obviously make the case that, I'm not even doing that show right now about superior in general. We're not doing that today. Men and women serve different purposes. That's what we're saying. That's what we're talking about. That's what I'll just say today and move that to the side. So when he said men and women, or women or men are more superior physically, she said, show me the evidence. Do you have a study on that? Do you have, like that's essentially where she took it. She needed the hard evidence to show that men are physically superior to women. She needed the hard evidence for that. Like, seriously. And then Myron said, and then they segued and kind of flipped it around and started rambling on and whatnot and all of that. And somebody had smuggled therapy into that conversation somehow. And then Myron basically said, at some point, when somebody just say something that stupid, we just have to have the ability to call them stupid. And that's what society doesn't want to do. It doesn't want to just call them stupid. And Waka got triggered by the whole notion of just calling a woman stupid. That was clearly saying something stupid. And even the woman that he was calling stupid had already left, I believe. The woman that he was calling stupid had already left. All right. But right now, what I'm about to present to you, and I don't know why it's all squiggly like that, is hopefully we get that straightened out.
Therapists go through tackle PTSD.
There it is.
You have to find the right therapist. Complex PTSD. What types of therapy?
Why is that showing?
Just say people are
complex PTSD. The way complex PTSD, which has occurred over a long period of time, kind of traumas you go through. There's complex PTSD, which has occurred over a long period of time, and then there's PTSD. The way you tackle PTSD is through talk therapy. When you go through complex PTSD, you have to go through EMDR therapy.
Hold on. How about we just say people are stupid?
Yes.
How about that? Like, bro, like, yo, we got to get away from like giving people, outs for being retarded. Like, if I'm saying facts about men and women are physically different and men are physically superior to women, it's like, well, not really. Show me the studies. Like, we got to go back to telling people they're stupid. The only reason she was able.
Now, keep in mind, like I said, she smuggled the therapy, because I don't want to play the whole clip. I'm just playing the 4-minute clip from their that they clipped from the live stream, because I didn't want to dig all the way through the live stream. But if you got the backstory, basically the chick was arguing with Myron over whether or not women were physically superior to men, or whether or not men were physically superior to women. Like that was the argument. That was the argument. Now, RM, just to check to see if the problem is fixed, did you star? Let me know in the private chat. Did you star this one already? The one by Bowdy Thug. And she's saying yes. Okay. So Problem not solved for some reason. All right. That sucks. Okay, I gotta report that to StreamYard or YouTube or somebody gotta know that's really messing things up. But all right. Show must go on. Shout out to Body Thug in the building. Says Waka Flocka. Says single mom raised. Check. Married single mom. Check. Views himself as a real nigga. That's what he said. He said a lot of bitch babble. But he said views himself as a real nigga. Okay. Check. For rapper. No surprise the simp chip couldn't be overwritten. Yeah. Definitely hear you on that. And that's kind of my take. Like I was going to title it "Rappers Are," because I did a video titled that before. Rappers, they're the biggest simps. I won't say it's a puzzling thing, but it's just worth pointing out that when you become a famous rapper and got millions of dollars, you get a peek behind the curtain. You really do get a peek behind the curtain. Because if a married woman is faithful to her husband, but she's walking around with maybe a 5% chance that she might cheat, when you're that rapper that comes into town and she gets a chance, an opportunity with that rapper, that entertainer, that actor, that the woman she's faithful, but she's a walking 5% chance she'll cheat in the most optimal situation. That celebrity is the most optimal person to just have that experience with. So what I'm saying is they're the ones who get that peek behind the curtain. They see an aspect of, they see married women and women in relationships just throwing it at them. They see that. They see that in a way that most men, particularly the average man, don't see. It's easier for the average man to be more blue-pilled and thinking, no, women don't do that. No, they don't, because women have never done that with them. And any woman that they were dealing with that were operating like that, well, they don't get to see her operating like that because he's operating like that with other guys. She's being a different person to him. But the person who makes it to the top of man world and you sitting on $1 million and got a famous face, you are in a place where you get to peek behind the curtain. You get to see how a lot of them really out there operating. And when you get to the point to where you can see that, it makes it really difficult. It makes it really difficult for you to be truly blue pill, or it ends up being something where you just be this alpha simp where you know the truth, you know how they operating, you know how they get down. However, you're going to put a cape on for them, even up to the point of letting off some, basically what amounts to a bunch of bitch babble. What we're going to see Waka Flocka do. That's what we're going to ultimately see from Waka Flocka in this video. Captain Cisco in the building says they should have Angry Man on the show. That would be interesting. Something like that was in the works. Oh yeah, I gotta scoot up or over. Y'all give me a second, because I gotta get myself a little more clear. Yeah, that's probably better. I don't know. I messed with my camera and I shouldn't have, because I messed with it a few days ago and then I tried to mess with it right before the show. And yeah, apparently, it looked okay. Y'all probably can't even, I could tell the subtle differences. Y'all probably can't. But anyway, I think they tried to do that. They tried to pull that off. And oh, by the way, where to hit the drops. I got this one. I'm beat you to it. Thank you for putting 5 on it. Thank you for putting 5 on it. All right, all right, all right. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Do appreciate you. Do appreciate you coming on through on the super chat. And salute Edward Anderson in the building. What up? What up? Yeah. So what was I saying? What was I saying before I started messing with that? What was I saying before I messed with that? Oh yeah, you had said something about Angry Man going on there. Yeah, they something like that was in the works, but it didn't fall through. And I'm not even sure what happened. I'm not even sure what happened, but it was some stuff, it was some junk. Okay, of course Donovan Sharp knows the tea on the drama regarding that. I mean, of course, DeMac the trucker knows the tea. He said Angry Man got blackballed by Donovan Sharp. That came from his mouth. Did it come from Donovan Sharp's mouth or did it come from Angry Man's mouth? Angry Man believes that's the case. It was a weird situation, but either way it go, it didn't fall through. I was rooting for it. I was rooting for it to fall through. But all right. I mean, I was rooting for it to happen. I was definitely rooting for that one, but no, it didn't happen. But all right, let's get back into it. Y'all hit the like button. 207 people in the building. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Make sure y'all hit the like button.
Able to come on the pod and say the ridiculous things she was saying with her dumbass friend is because we don't tell people they're stupid anymore. We need to go back to bullying people, letting them know, no, that's not really how the world works. You sound dumb. Change your way of thinking. But we don't bully people no more and tell them they're dumb. Not really how the world works. You sound dumb. Change your way of back to bullying people, letting them know, no, that's not.
Hold on.
Because we don't tell people they're stupid anymore. We need to go back.
Look, I don't know if y'all how good y'all can see this. I'm trying to make it bigger. Like, look how he's looking. Look how he's looking. Like, you could tell he's already mentally checking out here. You could tell he already, like, he's looking at Myron like, nah, man, nah, this ain't right.
Back to bullying people, letting them know, no, that's not really how the world works. You sound dumb. Change your way of thinking. But we don't bully people no more and tell them they're dumb. We need to go back to doing that. We live in a very pussified society where everyone thinks what they say is valid.
I agree. I preach
and that's
that.
ridiculous.
I agree with that.
That's what I was saying before.
I'm sorry, I disagree, bro.
We didn't tell people they're stupid.
I'm gonna be honest, nigga. I'm a real nigga, right? And I would never make a woman. I don't give a fuck
100%.
what you say.
Hold some
King,
space.
I'm respecting you on your show, nigga. That's wrong.
That is wrong.
Of course, because you got an opinion. I'm a real nigga.
Okay, that's cool.
All right. All right. There it is. Thus far in the conversation, Waka Flocka has thrown down the real nigga Trump card. Okay. That means anything that Myron says or anything I say is overwritten. That the real nigga Trump card refutes everything. They're having a discussion about a woman who said, show me the stats, show me the data, show me the study on whether or not men are physically superior to women. And Myron said, at some point, we just have to call people stupid. Waka Flocka says that's wrong. And thus far, the argument is he's a real nigga. Real nigga Trump card. You know, old school, they playing spades and they got the card when they know they got the book, they got the card sitting on their forehead. As soon as Myron got to talking, he had the real nigga Trump card on his forehead, just ready to boom, ready to slap that thing down. Ready to slap that thing down. Edward Anderson says, I want to say it's on Waka or his team should have known where the fuck they were going because that is his team's job. However, he is a star, so the burden really is on Fresh and Fit. That makes them. The burden is on them on them to do what? I respect that they did their same show and they're going to do their same show no matter what. You see, what people should do, let's just say if they want to go on Fresh and Fit, because even for a celebrity, that's still that their platform is so big, that's still good exposure. Yeah, I don't care if you sold a couple million. That's still good exposure going on there. It's an audience there that didn't see you that's going to go if they got Spotify or Tidal or wherever people listen to music, they may go on there and listen to some and listen to some stuff after seeing you on there. I think what they want to do, if they don't want to be on there and see Myron dunking on the girls, dunking on the bimbos, if they don't want to be sitting there, because then they're going to feel like, ooh, if I don't say nothing, then it's look like I'm agreeing with this, and I got, that ain't good for my brand. Women like my music. Women listen to my music. Women come to my concerts. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't want to mess up the bag. I don't want to get associated with this. I think it would make sense to basically do the interview. Just don't come back and do the night show with the girls, but come in and do the interview. Don't even do the night show with the girls. Like that would make sense. That would make sense. But I think the reason that they're not seeing what you're seeing, where you're saying it's on his team, because they can see the overlap. They can see rap music where they talking about women partying, money, cars, clothes, and hoes, and in a good time, and then the Fresh and Fit in Miami, and that's basically their lifestyle. They partying, they living out on the strip out there. They doing their thing. They got girls around them all the time. You could see how that's a predictable collaboration. Not to mention what's said in the rap lyrics. Not to mention what rappers actually say in their lyrics. Does not contradict what Fresh and Fit is saying. Like the rapper lifestyle, if you have the money and the ability to operate, move, and live like that, for a lot of things, the way that a lot of women move, the lifestyle that the rapper leads is one of the conclusions of this modern hookup culture and world that we live in. The way the rapper just move and just stay single and travel from here, doing shows here, shows there, and hooking up with chicks, and that's the eventuality. Now, but that's how the man at the top that's making money and has a famous face is going to move. But on the ground, when the media puts out the story about the social dynamics between men and women, and they spin it somewhere like men are the villains, but then when the actual counter argument that refutes the story about men being the villains and really shines a light on the eventualities that happen, the eventualities that people like Waka Flocka see when he out on the road. When you're a famous face and you got $1 million, you're going to see married women and women in relationships even throwing it at you. You're going to see the worst aspects of female nature, bad logic, and delusion. He sees it all. You can't live that lifestyle and not see it. But it's something about how the rapper can rap about it. Everybody can sing and dance about it, but nope. Don't say it in a real conversation. If you say it in a real conversation, now he got to defend it. Now he got to bear arms against you because you said some stuff that is the logical conclusion of of his music. So that's what I mean. Where it's like they see the overlap between Fresh and Fit in the hip hop world. They see the overlap or unholy alliance. But it's like one person is saying it while rhyming it to a beat, and the other person is saying it with a straight face. Sort of like I said, it's like a comedian can get away with saying something, but somebody can't say you can't say it with a straight face though. It got to be a joke, and that's sort of what rappers do. They can get away with saying it. They can get away with living a lifestyle. They could get away with that, and everything is fun, and the women love them, and men look up to them, and everybody high five them. They can go on Jimmy Kimmel and all of that, and everything is a-okay. But if they sit down with Fresh and Fit, and Fresh and Fit say the same actual, eventualities or manifestations of how they live their life, if Fresh and Fit puts it in a full grown-up sentence, that's a problem, and that's going to ruin my brand. So I got to defend these chicks. That's basically what's happening right there. Interesting. The Mac Trucker says, I met Waka Flocka mom. She's a nice woman. She did some work at my son's elementary school a couple years ago. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. That's nice. A lot of these rappers come from really, really nice homes. A lot of these rappers come from really, really nice homes. Well, I'm not shocked. They be having 2-parent households, college educated parents. And Clarence's parents have a real good marriage, or whatever that line was in 8 Mile. But all right. Shout out to Shout out to Carlo. Says most rappers are politically correct these days. I disagree. They should try Wayne or 50 if possible.
What do we get for $10? Everything you want.
What the hell, RM? Your hand shaking? You got a shaky hand on the drops. What the hell was that? But what was I about to say? He said most rappers are PC these days. They should try Wayne or 50 Cent. I don't know if Wayne or 50 Cent may be too big to do it, but they have had some real conversations when they was talking about them exoticals and whatnot. How do y'all just know this dude mama like that? 10 plus 5 equals 15. It was just one $10 super chat, though. Okay, all right. I'm confused, and it's okay. I can live with the confusion. Okay, how are y'all all telling me y'all know his mama? Is this like an Atlanta thing? If you live in Atlanta, you get to meet Waka Flocka's mom, like y'all went on a field trip or something. Like what? How do y'all know? How do y'all know how nice his mom is? How is this a thing? Or rather not his mom is overbearing in real life. How do y'all know this stuff? Oh, I'm saying it was 15 Canadian. Oh, I thought that was $10. I can't. You know what? The $10 super chats come in yellow, so I just assumed it was 10 without even looking. I don't even look at the number no more. I look at the color, so that's why I was confused. Thank you for clearing that up. You did a lot of community work. Okay, that's what's up. Okay, y'all know stuff I don't know. Told you I don't research people. It says she his manager. He was out here also. Okay. All right, cool. That's what's up. Y'all met the mama. Okay, Aaron was right. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's get back into the tape. All right. Just in, just in case you don't know, a chick said she needed to see the study on women being physically stronger or men being physically stronger than women. She needed to see a study on that. They were talking about it after that chick left because she left the show in frustration, and then they start talking about people needing therapy to try to deflect from it. And he's like, no, she don't need therapy. She's just stupid. Myron was like, we just need to be able to call people stupid when they say stupid stuff. And then Waka Flocka rebutted by saying, you wrong, man, you wrong. And the reason I think you wrong is like, look, I'm a real nigga, and you don't say nothing like that to a woman. So I'll replay it.
Ridiculous.
I agree with that.
That's what I was saying before.
I'm sorry, I disagree, bro.
I disagree with
Nah,
you.
we ain't tell people they're stupid.
I'm gonna
bro.
be honest, nigga. I'm a real nigga, right? And I would never make a woman. I don't give a fuck
100%.
what you say.
Hold some
King,
space.
I'm respecting you on your show, nigga. That's wrong.
That
I
is
disagree.
wrong.
Of course, because you got an opinion. I'm a real nigga.
Okay, that's cool.
I'm telling you right now, I don't give a fuck what she said. I'm different from you. I would have never let her get a butt skin. I would have just, if I feel like you're a clown, I'm gonna give you the circuits. Then I'm gonna throw a lion on stage with you.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, we gonna sell popcorn because we can make it all merch. But he's right and he's wrong for a fact because there's a whole group of other men that don't feel like that. But he's right. That's the way men in the past used to think. But like everything else, you got to transition. You have to evolve with your opinions.
Okay, there was a great poet and philosopher by the name of Minister Jap who came up with a phrase or term to describe what Waka Flocka was doing right there. What is it? Let me see it in the chat room. What is that called? What Waka Flocka just did? The great poet and philosopher, Minister Jap. No, that's not it. That's not it. I didn't mean to time you out. My bad. That's not it. No, come on now. Come on now. No, what he just did, I'm shocked. I'm disappointed. I'm very disappointed. What he did constituted as a bunch of bitch babble. He said nothing. He said, I disagree. He couldn't clearly state why he disagreed. Said a word that didn't mean anything. I'm a real nigga. Just said, I was never. Said, you was wrong. But then turned around and said, you was right. But you shouldn't have do it. But it meant absolutely nothing. It was just it was just everything he said was an absolute 100% bridge to nowhere. He didn't land the plane. He didn't land the plane whatsoever. He said nothing.
Women go too far with that shit,
Mhm.
and that's why I got.
He was agreeing and disagreeing all at the same time, and said, "If you're a clown, I'm gonna give you the circus, and I'm gonna throw a lion on stage." None of that means anything. None of that means anything, because like, how you telling him he's wrong? But okay, if he's wrong by some measurable standard, if he's wrong by some measurable standard or some way, you say that this man is wrong. Say that Myron was wrong for saying what he said, but then your response is, she's not gonna get under my skin. But if she's gonna be a clown, I'm gonna give you the circus. I'm gonna give her the circus. It's like, what does any of that mean? What does any of that mean?
Hand on ice like it because women is part with that. And he's on because we can throw a line on stage. I'm telling you right now.
That is wrong.
Of course, because you got an opinion. I
preach
and that's
that.
ridiculous.
I agree with that.
That's what I was saying before.
I'm sorry, I disagree, bro.
I
I'm
disagree
gonna
with
You
you.
can't tell people they're stupid.
I'm gonna
bro.
be honest, nigga. I'm a real nigga, right? And I would never make a woman. I don't give a fuck
100%.
what you say.
Hold some
King,
space.
I'm respecting you on your show, nigga. That's wrong.
That is wrong.
Of course, because you got an opinion. I'm a real nigga.
Okay, that's cool.
I'm telling you right now, I don't give a fuck what she said. I'm different from you. I would have never let her get a butt skin. I would have just, if I feel like you're a clown, I'm gonna give you the circus. Then I'm gonna throw a lion on stage with you.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, we go sell popcorn because we can make it all merch. But he's right and he's wrong for a fact because there's a whole group of other men that don't feel like that. But he's right. That's the way men in the past used to think. But like everything else, you got to transition. You have to evolve with your opinions. Some women go too far with that shit, and that's why I got my man on ice like it because women is pulling. Oh no, men make us feel sexy. Men, nah, that's bullshit. Some of that shit, I'm telling you, it's bullshit to the popular demand. You get what I'm trying to say? Some people use these quotes and shit to their advantage to make money or to advance in their career. I'm just saying that, but I
disagree. I think when people say things that are stupid, they need to be called out, man or woman.
I agree. You say stupid shit. You did.
That's my thing.
Facts.
And shout out to Myron for standing his ground, even though Waka Flocka was disagreeing, and he was basically trying to do a redirect or just separate himself from what Myron was saying. And Myron doubled down on, no, I'm standing firm on what I said. This is what it is. That I respect that. I respect that.
You got to call out
because there's a tendency to sort of cater to a celebrity. You got a celebrity on your show. There's a tendency to want to cater, but I think it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty cool. It's pretty dope that they just operate knowing some. No, our show is big and our show do numbers that makes us a celebrity, and we gonna stand firm on our shit. And if somebody don't like it, we don't care who they are, they can leave.
Stupidity, even if it's a man or a woman, because the thing is that we live in a world nowadays where we're scared to correct women and tell them that was dumb. You probably shouldn't say that. And it is what it is. Then they get on a platform and embarrass them.
To Mac the Trucker, I bet you can't say in a full grown-up sentence or sentences that'll make a paragraph what's goofy about Myron. You're just saying that because people say it. Like you can't tell, you can't I gotta cut the bullshit. All right. You don't build a of infrastructure of business like what he's been like while they live right there, they had 18,000 on freaking suit YouTube and another 10, 12,000 or something like that on Rumble. They got 30,000 people watching them. You don't build that kind of empire and be, oh, he a goofy. Like you saying that you sound not that much different from Waka Flocka saying, I'm a real nigga. He a goofy. It's like just throwing out words and phrases that don't even have a meaning. Like, come on. Like that's what that is. Like that's what that is. You might as well like that's no different from Waka Flocka's I'm a real nigga. Oh, that nigga a goofy. That nigga lame. That nigga like, come on, man. Like, come on.
Themselves in front of 30,000 people. So my thing is, I think both genders need to be held accountable regardless. So
there's different ways of telling somebody they're stupid or making someone's opinion
You don't have to
valid.
Oh no, she came on for a show, so she got a show, pretty much. So
Yeah, I mean,
that's what it is.
But I mean, here's the thing, and I was being very patient listening to her her points, but she didn't make any valid points. I mean, you said that she made a valid point. I'm still trying to.
No, like bearing between women, like she was basically saying like it shouldn't matter between men and women about body counts. That's all she was saying.
And it shouldn't.
Yeah.
Okay, but we don't operate on what should and could.
But she's gone now, so it don't even matter.
So like, and that's the point I was trying to make earlier. Like,
now listen to the conversation that's taking place, and if I don't know if I got it. Yeah, I got it big enough on the screen. You could already see Waka Flocka like looking at his phone, like he texting somebody, like he looked like he texting somebody, telling him, he basically calling his ride right now. You could tell he was calling his ride.
Why is it that
body counts? That's all she was saying.
And it shouldn't.
Yeah.
Okay, but we don't operate on what should and could.
But she's gone now, so it don't even matter.
So like, and that's the point I was trying to make earlier. Like, why is it that men aren't accepted, right, on certain things? But if a guy says, well, we don't accept women for this, it's like, oh, it shouldn't be that way. Like, y'all aren't going to accept a dude that's 5'3" and broke and lives with his mom. Why should we accept a hoe?
Y'all wouldn't accept a girl that's 300 pounds.
Yeah, and there you go, right there. Yeah, he calling his ride. It's like, I think he's in the position where it's like, I know these chicks are delusional. I know what Myron is saying is right. I just can't sit next to them while they're making these true statements about women. But he can go on his music and say far worse. And he go on tour behind the scenes backstage after the concert and does far worse. But I can't sit next to it when they're saying it without rhyming it in rhythm to a beat. Can't sit next to it.
Exactly.
I got to get out of here. I gotta head for the hills because this is going to mess up my brain.
The reality is a girl that's 300 pounds still has more options than even an attractive man.
Facts. Look at Tinder.
That's the truth.
They're horny.
Women are accepted no matter how they behave. Men are not. So if a guy puts just like maybe one, prerequisite to be in a relationship, okay, I don't want a girl that's a hoe. Oh, that's misogynistic. Is it really though?
But what if he's a hoe?
Men are hoe makers. Women are the hoes.
But then how are you the hoe, right? How is your past being a hoe? And how come you don't want a hoe, like a girl that's a hoe, but your girl...
Okay, let me ask you this. Are men and women the same?
No.
Okay, we're different, right?
Yeah. But what...
You can just see how he looking. It's like... And this is what I think, too. This is legit what I think. And I think a lot of dudes think like this and operate like this. Don't make these hoes feel bad about being hoes. You're going to poison the well. I think that's a part of it too. They don't want to see the well get poisoned. They don't want to see the well get poisoned. So it's basically like if you don't say nothing, even though they say a bunch of crazy stuff, even though many aspects of the mainstream media accepts the crazy stuff, even though the family court accepts female logic and thought process and their ideals, and even if they're not a card-carrying feminist, they're the feminist ideals, the gynocentric woman first aspect of society, when everything and when any situation is involving a man and a woman, like that's in play. That's in play. men, it's still a part of so many men that's like, but don't refute them. Don't say anything to them. Don't do anything to stop them from moving exactly how they're moving and progressing exactly how they're progressing. Why? Because these the type of chicks that be tossing up pussy. Do not poison that well. We will take everything else bad long as hot 22-year-olds give up pussy every now and then. I don't want y'all to mess that game up. I honestly think a lot of dudes think like that. And I do. My theory is that a lot of the backlash against Kevin Samuels, because it was like a public, national, damn near global conversation, happening about what a more traditional man would want. And then you got women, even though, the majority probably failed at it, but they was at least entertaining. The thoughts was circulating in their head about how to be a better traditional woman, how to be a better, how to be a better woman for what a more proper man would want. And then there's the guys who out there just bagging and tagging like, no, y'all about to fuck up the market. And I think that's what a lot of people actually think. They think the market is being tainted by women delusion being put on blast. They think that market is being tainted. They don't want to see that market tainted. So then that's why they lash out and push back against the dude who's picking apart the female logic, delusion, and bullshit. That's a theory that I have. I could be wrong, but I do think that might be a part of it. That might be where some of the pushback is, aside from somebody like Waka Flocka. He got his brand, but a part of that is like, man, you're gonna poison this well if you keep talking like that, and enough chicks keep hearing you talk like that. You're gonna poison this well.
What does a body count have to do with men and women?
I'm getting there logically.
You're sticking it into her, and she's allowing you to. So how is that a difference?
Is it easier for a woman to get laid or a man to get laid?
I think it's both.
No, it's
Incorrect.
easier for
A
women.
woman.
Incorrect.
Yeah.
I just said
for a
earlier, 1 in
woman.
3 men is a virgin or hasn't had sex from 18 to 30.
So
Now, right now, what Myron just said, he talking about data, stats, numbers, and figures in a world that Waka Flocka don't even almost live in. Waka Flocka, like Myron might as well spoke Japanese right there. Like he just closed his eyes and just was like processing. Something is ruminating up there where he's like, I'm on the wrong show. I'm out here rich or halfway rich, got a famous face, and I'm running through them. And he talking about 30% of men between the age of 18 and 30 reported having no sex in the last year or are virgins or blah, 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 blah. He's like, I don't give two shits about this. I don't give two shits about this. I can smash all these chicks right now, and this conversation is pointless to me, and I'm about to get the fuck up out of here. That's what's going through his head right now. He already grabbed the mic and pulling it closer to his face. He about to get up out of there.
Don't
are
have that
women.
problem.
There's women that are virgins.
Hold on, real quick.
By choice.
Hey man, this love,
got
man. I got
No worries, bro.
I
y'all
like that.
niggas great.
Thanks for coming, bro. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
IG.
Bye.
Hey, body count for men. That's how you fucked up.
Waka Flocka walking out.
I couldn't tell what he said right there. Let me put my headsets on. I couldn't tell what he said. He mumbled some stuff walking out the door. And so I got to try to figure this out live on the air.
Hey, body count for men. That's how you fucked up.
Waka Flocka walking out.
He said, worrying about body count for men will have you fucked up, though. I think that's what he said. Hold on. Let me make sure we get this right.
Thanks for coming, bro. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
IG.
Bye.
Hey, body count for men. That's how you fucked up.
Waka Flocka walking out.
These girls don't want no hoes.
All right, bro.
These girls don't want no hoes.
That's how you fucked up.
Waka Flocka walking out.
These girls don't want no hoes.
All right, bro.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Scoot over.
But yeah, that was it. I couldn't tell what he said. It sounded like he said worried about body count for men will have you fucked up, though. These girls don't want no hoes.
One,
He was mumble rapping. or mumble talking. No, it's no captions. Oh wait, hold on. It was no captions on my cell phone. Okay, we in here now. Good job, GC. When I tried to turn the captions on my cell phone, for some reason it didn't work. But let's see.
Virgins.
Hold on, real quick.
By choice.
Hey man, this love,
got
man. I got.
No, no worries, bro.
I
Y'all
Waka.
niggas great.
Thanks for coming, bro. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
IG.
Bye.
Hey, body count for men. That's how you fucked up.
Waka Flocka walking out.
These girls don't want no hoes.
All
It
right,
didn't,
bro.
it didn't even pick it up. It didn't even pick it up.
So if a guy puts just like maybe one,
real quick.
by choice.
Hey man, this love, man. I got.
No, no worries, bro.
I
Y'all
Waka.
niggas great.
Thanks for coming, bro. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
IG.
Bye.
Hey, body count for men. That's how you fucked up.
Waka Flocka walking out.
These girls don't want no hoes.
All right, bro.
Yeah, I really wish I knew what he said when he mumbled his way out the door. I could the closed caption didn't pick it up. Didn't nothing get it. So, but either way, I respect that he did leave respectfully. You know, he disagreed. He almost was at one point where he was about to say, he was about to tell Myron, man, you want some bullshit. But at the end of the day, he said, it's your show. He respected their show and respected them as men, and then just peacefully, gracefully left, dapped them up on the way out the door. Like, that was cool. That was cool. That was respectful. That's why I'm more on the standpoint of, like, I would say that he was a simp to his heart, to his core, to his heart, if he would have like went off on them or got mad. You know what I mean? If he would have tried to really argue them down. He didn't try to do that. He didn't try to do that at all. I think he's of the view that y'all ain't necessarily, y'all ain't wrong, y'all ain't tripping. I just can't be next to it, but it's all love. Dapped them up. All right, I just gotta go. So that's why I'm thinking it was more along the lines of he's concerned about his brand, but it is something worth the link in the chat, by the way. But it is something worth talking about. It is something worth acknowledging that the rappers have to disassociate themselves from manosphere and red pill concepts when they in many ways are living out many of the manifestations of that lifestyle. In many ways, that's what they're doing. So I find that very interesting. I find that very interesting. But okay, we got Patriarchy Strikes Back in the back. So this is always going to be a good show when Patriarchy show up. But shout out to Jackie Love. Jackie says they were on Love and Hip Hop Atlanta. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Appreciate that.
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
And shout out to who else do we have in here? Click on the other one. It was another one that I didn't see, at least I don't think. He says, even in the 90s, most of us weren't virgins as teens. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate it. We don't exactly know, but put it like this. I think it was kind of similar. I think it was more dudes who wasn't getting on than what. Put it like this. I was in the camp to where I was lying about it until I finally got it. Put it like that. I was in that camp. So I know if I was doing that, if I was lying, I know everybody else would. I know it was other people that was. But at the same time, just looking back at it in the snapshot, yeah, it did seem like everybody was getting on, and it honestly seemed like everybody getting on right now. Like you don't really think like that just without no data or some type of red pill manospherian analysis after you read the beta male revolution. Shout out to ARC. That's when you finally start thinking from the perspective like, oh yeah, this dude's out here straight losing. But anyway, we're joined by Patriarchy Strikes Back in the building. What's up? What's going on?
What's going on? I didn't see the end of this, but I saw the beginning of of this entire thing. And to be honest with you, it may have hurt his brand quote unquote go on. Now I know that they've had Broner on there. I know that they've had a couple other people on there. I think they might have even had Kodak at one point in time. I know that they used the studio to interview 6ix9ine. It doesn't help rappers out to participate in these things, right? It doesn't help them out to go on shows such as this one. To be honest with you, now you're fine to say bitch and hoe all you want. You're fine to demoralize and objectify women in your music, but that's different from, I guess, what they perceive Myron and Fresh and Fit to be doing. So I understand from a brand standpoint how that would not look good upon him. Now, what I find to be very interesting is in the conversation, and I don't know if people ever thought about this, and I'd love for people to actually think about it. One of the conversation that came up was body count, right? And this body count, body count, body count, body count, body count, right? And the arguments that Myron always makes is that men and women are different, so a woman's body count matters, and a man's body count doesn't matter, right?
Right.
Now, what is it? And you know how what he's saying to a certain extent, even though I don't really care about the whole body count thing, how it's actually true. This actually plays out in real life. When a man says something on these panels that nobody likes, what do they call him?
It depends on what it is.
No.
It depends on what he said.
What do they call him that has to do with his body count? They call him an incel, right? Which means he has no body. Which means it's literally an insult to have that name. They use that as a name, which is going on to a man's body count. And so it's funny that even in the insults, it's shaped to like a man with no body count or a low body count is not a man that is looked at as something positive. So I am curious about how Waka even mid-level started, trying to, he said he's a quote unquote real nigga. And I think he's in the wrong place. I think you need to go on that New York podcast where they all sit in the barber chairs and stuff. That's what the podcast his mom went on. I do think that he was in the wrong place.
Yeah. Well, before oh shit, my chair just dropped down a notch. Okay. Before I bring a game changer in there, I am curious about just your thought process on how Fresh and Fit could say all kind of things about women. Hell, we say all kind of things about women, but the stuff that we say don't, some of it does go further, but the stuff that Myron was saying right there while Waka Flocka was on there is technically not worse than what rappers say in their songs, and definitely not no worse than the life that they live and what they experience, what they doing backstage after the concert. Like none of that is actually worse. But this is the second time we saw it. If we first saw it when Future, when he fully realized who and what Kevin Samuels was, he tried to cop a plea and say, "Oh, I didn't know who he was before I had him in my music video. I would have probably not have done it."
Wow.
He wanted to separate himself from Kevin Samuels. Waka Flocka wanted to, clearly he wanted to separate himself from Fresh and Fit. He felt like it'll ruin his brand and just be sitting there while they just picking these chicks apart and exposing their delusion and all of that. The rapper who, the term dame dashing a chick, he's pouring champagne on her head, like, it's all that's the light stuff, for what rappers really rapping about when it come to women. So it seems like there should be some type of logic to where, okay, they can rap about it. They could say worse long as they're rhyming it to a beat. Long as they rhyme it in rhythm to a beat, they could say worse. But if somebody say less, but with a straight face, ooh, this is gonna ruin my brand. Like, what's the psychology behind that whole thought process?
Well,
go ahead.
It's also male to female violence too, right? It's like when you look up, it's funny that they're talking about this rise in single men.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Have we looked at the rates of violence perpetuated by women from married men? It's like you could make the argument that a married man is more of a threat to a woman than a single man. And like it really is. It's the thing is this.
That's the argument that the women like to make when they're trying to justify their whole life and whole culture. I'm more dangerous being under the roof of a man who got control over me. I might as well just be single and then just get hit by a random man and then just don't deal with him no more.
Ask yourself a question. Why does our society fear the single man? The thing is this, right? Even when you look at all of these articles that are written on the rise in single men, it's like men that are single are a problem. Men that are doing their own men that are doing because they're not upholding this game that is going on. So much of our economy is based upon men chasing women. So much of female empowerment is based upon men chasing women. If men stop that, you kind of pull the Jenga block from the bottom of the thing, and the whole thing just tumbles down. And so, go ahead, Game Check. Go ahead.
I agree with everything you're saying. There's a slight difference between being single and chasing women. See, society don't mind if men are single as long as they're buying, $5,000 watches to impress bitches. They don't mind that. But once a man is single and not chasing, then that's when they start ringing the alarms. Then that's when they start doing that siren that they do before and after the purge begins. Yeah. They're like, oh crap, he's not out spending, he's not out flying them in, and while the chicks say, if you don't spend $5,000 on dinner, I'm not gonna do nothing. If once men stop doing that, then that's when it becomes a problem.
Yeah. By the way, a guy at the bottom right, that's a dope shirt you got on. So dope shirt. Not sure if it's polo or whatnot. So like
that's not a $5,000 watch.
But
I wasn't talking about you.
Wait, who?
No, he's talking about in general. The thing is, Waka Flocka has people to answer to still, right? And the people that he has to answer to know that he's putting him in a position to where he may he may have an issue, right? Like it's not something, these people already branded this. Society has taught, and you talk about the contradictions, but that's what niggas are. He said, I'm a real nigga. Okay, well, you're a walking contradiction. And that's what niggas are. Like a walking contradiction. They're the first ones to do a woman wrong, but then they have a damsel in distress mentality of, I need to defend women because that's what I am. I'm a real, and I see it, all throughout our media, not just with him, but like with 21 Savage and the whole Amber Rose thing. It's like you just see this constantly from a lot of these rappers and stuff like that. And I feel like he was just I think the best thing for him to do is to leave. I mean, this is not his place. He's out of place there. This is not a show for you. You should go, you should stick to what you know, because when it comes to the facts and when it comes to these conversations, Myron and Fresh and Fit they own that market. They've had these conversations every day. It would be like an amateur boxer like stepping in the ring with like Floyd Mayweather in his prime. You're dealing with people that have had this conversation every day for the last 3 years. And they know all of the ins and outs about these conversations from every different angle. When it comes to male to female dating dynamics, these guys do it 2 to 3 times a day on their podcast. So it's like, I understand. Even though he's a walking contradiction, I understand why he got up and left.
Yeah, no doubt. But welcome to the show, Obstacles to Opportunities. And I'm gonna call you after I get done here. I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna call you after we get done here. But no, welcome to the show. What's on your mind?
Oh,
you okay? Hold on. You okay, Game Changer?
You skipped me.
Oh, I skipped. Oh, you know what? You interjected.
Oh, yeah, go ahead,
so I thought that was your turn. My bad.
Yeah,
my bad. Go ahead, GC. Go ahead. What's on your mind?
No worries. Apologies, brother, but But no, I think that in addition to what Patriarchy was saying, I think that also he wanted to create this air of superiority. Like, I'm a real nigga, you're not a real nigga. Therefore, if you are not of that mindset, like you say, Myron wasn't surrendering to his celebrity. He wasn't, like kissing his ass, so to say. I think he picked up on that and was like, okay, I cannot upstage these guys on their own shit in front of these girls and make myself look like the real nigga, make the real nigga look supreme. So I'm gonna just leave. Like, I can't do that. And if I try to match him intellectually in this particular subject matter, I will lose. Therefore, it's nothing here for me. But he came on with this whole "I'm better than you and I want the world to know it," mentality. That's all I have.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. The only way that he could have put it like this, when he was telling Myron he was wrong, if Myron would have backed down, then he would. Yeah, I mean, you're right. He would have been able to stay, and he would have been able to be the real nigga on the show. But Myron not backing down. The only way he could have asserted some superiority and dominance is basically it would have had to turn not violent but potentially violent. What I mean by that, he would have had to be, really double down on, no, you said some bullshit, and then Myron come back, and then they'd have been cussing each other out. They'd have been cussing each other out. So that was smart. I mean, I respect that he saw he read the situation correctly, and he left with respect, shook their hands, said it's all love, but I gotta go. And that's just, so I do respect how he departed. I do respect that.
Well, and also when he was sitting there looking at his phone and stuff, that's also that's also kind of like a flex. Like, I have better things to do type,
No, I don't think he looked at his phone until he had decided he was about to leave. That's when I think he was texting whoever driving him. I think that's what that was.
Okay.
But yeah.
A little bit.
All right. Yeah, but all right. Now we go into obstacles to opportunities. Obstacle to opportunities. What's going on? What's on your mind?
Hey, first of all, great channel, man. Great coverage. And so, me looking at the whole incident, of course, I understand why Waka, Flocka or whatever, he decided to kind of, readjust himself very quickly. And he read the room pretty good in a way where he was like, okay, it doesn't seem like he's going to back down to my stardom, which most people do, right? Most people are going to be like you said earlier, oh, he's the guest, so agree. Just because he's the guest, but that's not Myron. Myron is not like that. More Fresh would be more so like that, but Myron is not like that. So Myron kind of stuck to his guns, and he read the room. Of course, a couple of women read the room, so they were like, okay, let me just, do a couple of those, but I don't want to get engaged with this conversation. And I like the point that you said, especially the double talking, right? He disagreed with him, but then he kind of switched gears and agreed with him. So he did that politician. Like, the earth is a little bit of flat, but it's a little bit around. And so he kind of got himself out of that quagmire. But I think that one thing he tried to apply, I'm a real ninja, that's where he was kind of being like, okay, this is my credentials. I'm a real ninja, right? And you can fill in the blank of what you are, right? Because Myron ain't going to be like, I'm a real ninja. So he was just like, it's going to be, he's going to say that, but not really necessarily say I'm more credit worthy. I don't need to actually have some type of details in what I'm saying. I'm just going to say I'm a real ninja. And that's supposed to be the Joker. It's the big Joker, right? I'm the real ninja in deck, and that's the big Joker. And I think, like he said, his best position was to depart. And at least he left with, everything being copacetic. But I definitely... I think he was just like, hey, man, I got to get out of here. My deals, my sponsorships, my crowd, where I'm going in his direction. Waka Flocka, he is changing his course of where he's going. He got to get money after the rap now. So he has to still, have a certain type of image and associate with people, but definitely not like this space. So, yeah, he was in the wrong room, but I think they might have offered him good enough money to come. So he was like, whoa, he didn't do his due diligence probably before he came in that studio.
And now, one thing I want
to say that real ninja isn't just the big Joker. It's also the big six in dominoes. It's also the draw four in Uno. It's also the king in chess. It's also the deed to Monopoly, or it's also the deed to Boardwalk and Park Place in Monopoly. Like, real ninja is the everything in every game.
Well, the thing about it is this. Also, what people realize is that this is a changing of the guard. You have a gangster rapper from the early 2010s, right? Who at a certain point in time was what everybody wanted to hear. Now, I just did a little bit of research in the background. And when I look at his views, his viewership on YouTube, Fresh and Fit is blowing him out of the water. You are no longer, you are the man of yesteryear. And the thing about it is, maybe this manosphere stuff is the new gangster rap. Gangster rap at first was banned. Remember, we've been on gangster rap for 40 years, right? Gangster rap in the 80s was banned on radio, right? There were new laws created to hold this stuff back, and then it became mainstream. Now that day is dying off. Now I know we have a couple drill rappers and things like that, but the days of hardcore gangster rap are gone. It's just gone. Yeah, I get it. You know, you can give me your one or two rappers who do drill, but it's nowhere. That culture is nowhere like it was. You know,
I got a pop quiz question for you. Okay, trap music, and you said drill rap. Are those the same thing?
What'd you say? Drill rap?
What did you say? Drill? You said something like that. Drill.
Yeah.
Like
I consider them
drill.
different.
Is drill and trap, are they the same? That's
I consider them a little different, just due to how they rap and the tone from which they like. The beats are different, right? Like trap was a lot more 808s in there. It's just different. Like a trap beat to a drill beat, completely different, right? And I think of drill when I discovered it from like Young Chop with Chief Keef and stuff like that, and I think of the Chicago sound, and now it's like the New Yorkers are picking up on it and stuff like that. So, but those guys still are not to the level that a 50 Cent was. They're not to the level of like a DMX, like your hardcore, like it's not to that level. So for me, those days are done. And the new day.
So the main difference, and forgive, like I can take my black card, forgive my hip hop ignorance. So the main difference between drill and trap is the beats, or is it the subject matter?
The subject matter, I think the subject matter is still a little different to me, in my opinion. Like, what's the difference between Waka Flocka and Pop Smoke? Like, what's the difference between those two? You don't recognize a difference in tone. You don't recognize a difference in rhythm between those two people. You don't recognize a difference in the music between. Trap was things at one point in time that was more down south, right? I think of trap like, you know, T.I., Jeezy, Gucci. I think of like that, you know, even Waka Flocka. I mean, I guess Waka Flocka could be technically considered that. And then we're going into like more. Then we go into like the Chief Keef, the people from Chicago, you know, Herbo, you know, different things like that. So it's just the way it sounds. It sounds.
All right.
Now,
that's me. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Well,
I remember. Hold on, wait, real quick. I remember Jeezy was on Trevor Noah, and Trevor Noah asked him, you know, so what is trap music?
Yeah.
And Jeezy gave a answer like he didn't even know. So I don't even hear people give solid definitions of what it is. It's just so it's almost like you just know it when you hear it. You feel it in your soul. But I don't think people can give a definition for it. So
let me ask you a question. Right. Would trap music or was drill music outpacing Hustler University? Was the drill rapper the most Google person in the world? Like, that's what I'm saying. It's dying.
Thank you. Thank you for circling it back. Yeah.
No, but I'm just saying, this day is dying. They're trying to hold back. They're trying to hold back these arguments as much as they can. They're trying to siphon this stuff off because they know that they're going to put a lot of people out of business. The same way podcasts. So Fresh and Fit is a podcast. When you look at the growth of podcasting compared to music, podcasting is growing at a crazy rate compared to what music is growing at. So it really it's kind of a change in the guard of what people are consuming and what is popular.
Yeah, no, you make a good point that you said. I think you worded something along the lines of manosphere type content. Is it
the new gangster rap? Yeah.
That's interesting, and yeah,
You
when
got you got people going to jail for it. I mean, like really, you got people in. No, I mean, like think about what we're saying, right? You have people who are banned. People are. This is the new underground to a certain extent.
Yeah, and yeah, but the underground and underground is slowly but surely going mainstream. All right, real quick. No guarantees in the building says based on patriarchy point, y'all some real y'all some real manosphere ninjas. Can I get that anything you want clip, Pastor?
What do we get for $10? Everything you want.
It's everything you want, not anything you want. I just realized that myself. But no, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. No guarantees. Do appreciate that. Shout out to Azrael. Just joined the panel. We're gonna explore this some more. We're gonna talk about we're gonna try to pin down the definition of what the hell is a real nigga. We're gonna try to get a working definition for that. But I want to go to Azrael. I'm just giving a teaser trailer for what's coming up. But after I go to Azrael, we'll try to kick it around the panel and try to pin down the actual definition of what a real nigga is. Yeah, but go ahead, Azrael.
I was gonna say what's up. I know the guy on the right hand corner. What's up, my homeboy? And what's up, GC?
What's up?
I was gonna say this. Being a real nigga is a man that loves his mama and that knows that she's always gonna be a black queen. And when the time calls, like Waka Flocka, you're gonna have to bend the knee. You always gotta bend the knee. It don't matter where. It don't matter if you so dope, if you were talking about if you were slapping chicks in the head, what happy, whatever it is. I think what patriarchy was saying is a brilliant point. It is true. It to me, the manosphere remind me of like NWA. It's like they trying to ban that shit for good. They're not trying to have no one hear anything. They're not trying to have, they're trying to stomp it out like aggressively. And he made the great point. I would say Myron and Fresh probably get more stream or more burn than like the average rapper. Like if you were to compare like streamings, or viewership, I would say they probably do better maybe in like two live streams better than like the average everyday rapper would do in terms of what the consumership of what a person might watch this stuff in like a week or so.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. They I mean, I don't know the exact numbers on it, but yes, there are podcasters, YouTubers, and when you look at the numbers and then look at somebody's downloads, like I think we're in a place where we can literally say that, yeah, they're more famous than the rappers that they bring on their show. For they bring in the rappers on to be able to say, hey, we had a rapper, we had a famous person on there, but it's like based off all the views and stuff that I see, I'm like y'all are technically more famous. Yeah. But
I mean, I was gonna say this too, and respect. I mean, well, I don't want to say respect to the older rappers, but because they probably do the same thing too. Because you got Joe Budden out here trying to cape for women and stuff like that, and you got Bun B doing nonsense or whatnot for Megan Thee Stallion. But
no, I would even go even further. Like even Tupac would have probably reacted the same way. An inclination would have been to defend women. I mean, he's the person that wrote "Keep Your Head Up." That was like.
It depends. I think it would be a toss up because that grape charge on Tupac. I think that kind of changed his stance on how women are and whatnot. You know what I mean? I think that was really a game changer for him. I would say. No pun intended. But I was gonna say this too. It just goes to show you, like, it's crazy. You can say whatever you want about anybody. You could say I'm a like what Kanye was saying on Drink Champs. You could say I F your girl, I'm gonna kill you, nigga. I'm gonna F your girl, I kill you, nigga. But there's two people you can't say nothing about. God's chosen people, and you can't be realistic about how women operate. And it's funny to me because people always claim Future as this alpha dude, and he gives there's no F's given, and he'll tell a chick off, and he don't spend no money on chicks, and it's like he have to bend the knee at the same time too. Like these new, I think it's because most contrary to popular belief, a lot of these dudes, their base is more so from women than it is from men. You know.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. All right. What was I gonna we was gonna be going around trying to figure out the definition of a real nigga. That's what Waka Flocka pulled out as the trump card in his back and forth with well, not his back and forth, but his response to what he didn't like what Myron was saying to the girls on the show. And he said, I disagree what you said, that's not true, it's some bullshit. And his rebuttal was, I'm a real nigga and I would never say that. Let's try to, we're gonna go to obstacles to opportunities. Let's try to get a working definition. What is a real nigga?
Oh man, and I gotta go first.
Yeah.
Oh man, let me see. I think Nelly Fuller would have said a real ninja would be that guy that can terrorize the block and can terrorize his own community, but when he goes in front of the judge, he's there in the 3-piece suit talking about, yes, your honor. He's the guy who's the toughest guy in the world, but on a music video only. I think that real ninja is that one who makes it seem like he's very braggadocious. He's very alpha macho archetype. Yeah. But in all true reality, in any metrics of human power, he lacks the intellect. He lacks the knowledge. He lacks the know-how, but he does have the charisma and he does have the entertainment. And so when it comes to dancing, football, sweating, anything that produces sweat, he's really good at that. So I would say that's what the real ninja does. And of course, he's been through some turbulence in his life. He's been through some trials and tribulations. So it qualifies him to be the judge, jury, and executioner in said topic. I'm a real ninja. But we know David Chappelle said when being a real ninja goes wrong. And so I think that's what happened with Waka Flocka in this situation in particular. But if he was with his right crowd, then it could have pulled over. You see what I'm saying? If he was with a more hip-hop-ish crowd, if he was in that type of circle, he could have said, I'm a real ninja. And on them shows where they be smoking weed and on podcasts just talking all ignorant, they would have been like, oh, got him, yo, that was truth. Lion, and what do you say? Something about a lion and then a clown in the circus and selling merch. They would have been like, yo, that's flawless victory. But in this kind of sphere with these type of crowds and these type of men and even women, they were just like, yeah, something like that. Something like that.
Yeah.
So that's my best bet, man. Ask Neely Fuller, man.
That was a solid answer. that was a really solid answer. But all right. GC.
Somebody said Drink Champs. Yeah, that would have been good on Drink Champs.
Yeah, no, it's certain venues where, that is the trump card. You could just say that and then you don't have to make sense afterwards. But, and again, that's sort of what patriarchy you're talking about. There's like a change in the guard, so to speak, to where it's like, nah, you kind of do have to make sense now. As one, they could criticize, Manosphere all they want. And yeah, some people do get on the mic and say some crazy stuff. Like what happened on my show yesterday. But at the end of the day, there's a there's a progression in the direction of constantly trying to make sense and make more sense and get to the truth or as close as possible to the truth. Like that, that's sort of the new thing now. That's sort of the new thing now. But go ahead, GC. What's on your mind? What's your thoughts as far as what is a real nigga?
A real nigga is a title for things without title, for people without titles.
Almost like game, right?
It's something like that. But game is like a verb to things, without a name. But yeah, you're right. But a real nigga is more for nouns, for people, for things. For example, you have Uncle Ben's rice, and then you have rice. Now you don't want to just call it rice, so you say real rice. It's like it's a generic for things. It's like walking around with real shoes, or this is a real shirt. No, is it Versace? No, it's a real shirt. It's what you label something that doesn't have a valued label. And the same applies to people when it comes to real niggas. Like, A person will say, like, he mentions somebody, a football player or something like that. Somebody could say, I'm a football player. I'm the quarterback for such and such team, or I'm the point guard for such and such team. When you don't have any of that, you say, I'm a real nigga. Like Hank Hill, when he introduced himself, he says, Hank Hill, Strickland Propane, but when you don't have shit, you say real nigga. When you're all out of shit to say, when you don't have like a title or anything to introduce yourself with or to put on a business card, you say real nigga, because that's all you got. You need some type of label to aggrandize yourself somehow, and that's pretty much all that's left. That's all you qualify for. And the good thing about it is anybody can claim that title. That's the beauty of it. It's just that only real niggas without titles want it.
Ooh, but no, I would push back on that. I don't know if anybody can claim it. Well, they can claim it, but if whatever these invisible credentials are, if people look you up and down and assess that you don't meet those credentials, then it's not going to carry some weight.
What are the credentials?
They're invisible.
That's my point. There's no credentials, so anybody could claim it.
I know you can claim it, but it will be rejected. It will be rejected if you don't have these.
What are they going to do?
Honestly,
like if Screech from Saved by the Bell, rest in peace, wanted to walk around and say that, what is he gonna? Or no, I guess you got to be black, but
yeah, Jaleel White. Jaleel White.
He's a regular person in real life. Look, okay, if Carlton Banks, was to do that, what are they gonna do? What are they actually gonna do?
They're gonna tell him he not. Like, no, you ain't. No, they're gonna challenge him to a fight. How about that? You gonna
been awkward.
Real niggas can't fight. Okay, well, I'm gonna get out of there.
I think like it is. Think about it though. The same thing is used for pimps too. So if something happens, don't people say that too? Like, oh, if he was a real pimp, if he was a real player, he would have been able to X, Y, and Z, fill in the blank. So I think people use that word and put real in front of it. But, of course, I don't think Waka Flocka would have said as a real banker, as a real estate investor. Like, he's going to say as a real ninja. And then, of course, that will get him over because that's his world. That's where he comes from, right? Like the rap, the hip hop, the gangster image. So he would have said real this. But you know what I'm saying? People tend to be like that. Like, oh, as a real pimp, he should have talked to the girl like this and I would have macked in her and he cold approached her. And, guys do that too. So I think it's more so just trying to kind of aggrandize yourself in that said whatever follow up. As a real pimp, as a real this, a real man would do this. So I think a lot of people do that and kind of just try to not say nothing, but say something at the same time.
Exactly. It's false. It's a false title. It's false aggrandizement. And if you're foolish enough to fall for it, you find yourself in unfortunate scenarios. Trying to earn a title that doesn't really require that you earn it. Read Will Smith. Will Smith attempted to be a real nigga. Now look at him. Like, what the hell? You're Will Smith. You don't need a title. You already have all the titles you want, but you wanted to get that real nigga title.
But GC, he had to do it because Tupac's a real nigga.
Okay.
He has to live with,
See, here's the thing. Tupac is Tupac because he's Tupac. Like, that's the thing. Like, he don't have to do the whole real nigga thing because he's rich and famous and, he's a legendary entertainer. So he don't really need the real nigga title. But if he was a real nigga before he came before he became, a brand of his own, girls, they used to frown looking down when he came around. They used to diss him, harass them, but now they asked them if they could kiss him. So he actually had to become something in order to get the respect of society. He didn't just do it on real nigginess. You look confused, Bernard. I'm talking about a song in Digital Underground.
No. I was just trying to remember whose song it was. I knew it was a song. I just was trying to remember who. I was trying to.
I Get Around. That's the I Get Around song, right?
Yeah.
Oh wow. See, I just don't remember the lyrics apparently.
All right, we got to revoke your black card for like.
No, I know that. I just couldn't think of the song. I just couldn't place the lyrics. But all right. Sir Tights in the building says real nigga, one that talks tough on features, podcasts, and social media, but in real life gets stumped out at fitness center saunas. See Takashi 6ix9ine for reference. Yeah.
What do we get for $10? Everything you want.
I don't pay that much attention to rappers nowadays, so I don't know. I mean, maybe he deserved it, but when I just saw that clip, I felt bad for him. I don't know the backstory. I just know I saw him getting stomped.
I can't really down a dude if he gets jumped.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened, but yeah, I felt kind of bad about that. But anyway, let me make sure the shit. Let's hold on one moment. Fantasy Island Girl in the building. What you got? What's your thoughts? What prompted you to come on up? What's on your mind?
Hey, Bernard. I wanted to come up because I've noticed a difference in Waka Flocka from when he came out to the way he's behaving now. And I think he's trying to distance himself from what he came out as. So when he does that, he's advocating for different things. He's advocating for rappers to be smarter with their money, to not take these deals that don't make any sense for them, to not make decisions that aren't going to financially grow them. And I think these are good messages that he's trying to push out there. And then he was trying to be with his wife. He was trying to be a good husband, those type of things. So he's trying to push a different message now. And I think his past.
Hold on. Is he still rapping? Is he still currently making new music? Like, what did his last album sound like? Did it sound like a typical rap album?
I don't think he wants to be known as a rapper anymore.
Really?
Like he wants to be known as a real nigga?
Yeah. You don't have to be a real nigga, I guess.
Well, what do you have to be a real nigga? I guess that's the question. Because it seems like he's just a responsible husband and father. He's a fiscally responsible husband and father. Like, what makes a real nigga a real nigga? Like, how is he different than Heathcliff Huxtable?
I think he's different from Heathcliff Huxtable because he's from a different society, basically. He's from a different class, and he has made it up without trying to distance himself from people in that class. He's trying to bring those people up to where he is, give them advice that he feels like he didn't get when he was down there. So it's not like he's trying to say, I'm better than you. He's trying to say, hey, I could do this and you could do this too. And I think there's a very big difference between somebody.
Okay, so real nigga is better than like not real niggas, right? So he is trying to say he's better than a certain group of people.
I mean, wouldn't you all say you're better than the clowns? That's not
so
real.
If you're not a real nigga, you're a clown?
Yeah, if you're not real, you're not valid, then
no, I think what Game Changer is getting at is if you're saying he's trying to bring the people up and help the people, but he's saying that he's a real nigga, like what's embedded into that is like we all niggas, but I'm a real nigga. So it's like he's saying y'all ain't real yet. So
according to her, if you're not a real nigga, you're a clown. So how is he picking? Okay, put it like this: what is he doing for the clowns of the world?
Nothing. I don't think anyone's doing anything for the clowns of the world.
So what's this whole uplifting thing that he's doing? Who is he uplifting? Huh?
I think he's uplifting the people that are in the situation that he was in, new rappers, young guys with money that may be legitimate or illegitimate. He's uplifting them to get out of those situations. If they are in those situations, make sure they're using the money that they get quickly, wisely, because that stuff doesn't last.
So he gives economic advice to other real niggas?
He's speaking to his specific demographic. People that didn't grow up in the hood usually don't call themselves real niggas. So he's not speaking to people like.
It's not true. Look at John Moran. Look at John Moran. That's
Yeah,
not.
he's the exception and not the rule. Most people that grew up in the suburbs don't pretend to be real ninjas. That's just not what happens.
I disagree with that.
No, they're clowns because their parents had money. They're clowns because their parents had money, right?
You said they're clowns because what?
Their parents had money.
No, that's a different.
But if you're not a real nigga, you're a clown. And if you grew up in the suburbs, you're not a real nigga. So you're a clown because your parents had money.
If you grew up in the hood and you're pushing this culture is good for you, you don't need to do better. You don't need to be any greater than what you are down here in the hood. Then you're a clown.
You know why?
From that, you're a clown.
You know, I disagree with you. Prime example. I know you know of Jada Chavez, right? She was Little Baby's baby mother.
Who?
She's Jada Chavez. You know about Little Baby? Okay, so she said recently, about a couple months back, that she can't deal with a nigga unless if he had to be a real nigga that has guns. Now, mind you, she grew up in a 2-parent household in the suburbs with and her dad was well off to the point where he was able to afford her first clothing business that she had. That's how she blew up on Instagram, actually. Right? Now, mind you, this is a girl that grew up in the suburbs, probably barely was around hood dudes like that, but is able to say, I want a real nigga that has guns on him, that can protect himself.
You see how she identified it? She included that has guns. So that's a specific type of man, right?
No, but you don't hear white women say that. Like, I want a real man that carries weight on him. Like, you don't hear that from other races of women.
You do. You see it on TikTok. You see the girls that are advocating for dating the hood guys of every race.
You see blonde hair, blue eye white woman talking about I want a real man. I want a real
cracker.
Yeah, I want a real Trump supporter. I want a real Mountain Dew man that know how to rotate how to clean a gun and stuff. Like, you're not gonna hear stuff like that.
You are.
Another prime example, Lauren London. Lauren London went from a nice suburbs in California, and one of her first interviews was talking about she need a hood nigga. She can't deal with no fake. She can't deal with no soft nigga. She got to deal with the real nigga, right? But mind you, this woman grew up in the suburbs. And to me personally, because I grew up in the hood, right?
So that doesn't mean that's the majority.
To me, here's the thing. To me, I grew up in the hood, right? I'm from Brooklyn. Like, to me, when I hear suburban black people talk like that, it kind of irks me, because it's like they're trying to be something that they're not. Especially if you're not from there, you never grew up, you understand how rough it is to be in that environment. Like, I probably got held up by gunpoint twice before I was 21. Like, I don't advocate or glorify, the whole thing of being a real nigga, because I know what the consequences are. And so it irritates me when I hear certain people say, "Oh, you gotta be a real nigga." Like, you're perpetuating bullshit.
So you don't think real niggas can elevate out of the hood and advocate for this is what a real nigga is? Like,
well, I think that. Well, let me answer. I think that if you elevate in any way, shape, or form, then you're not a nigga. Niggas don't elevate or escalate. They take the stairs. They really. Yeah, that's part of being a nigga. Like, by your definition, I forget your name, but by your definition, I'm a real nigga. But I'm not, because I'm not a nigga. Huh?
You can label yourself whatever you want in 2023, to be honest.
Yeah,
so
no, I'm not. I'm not a pronoun person. I'm not a pronoun person. I don't label myself, I mean, but if you will follow any label I give myself, I want you to call me Mr. Papadopoulos, okay? However, generally speaking, I don't consider myself to be a real nigga, because niggas don't elevate themselves. Like, niggas is something that you evolve from. It's not something that you hold on to after you have made that transition.
Well,
so can we correlate it to the real bitch? Like, women, there's some women that say, I'm a real bitch. I wouldn't classify myself as a real bitch, but I understand what they're trying to say.
What are they trying to say? So what is a woman who's not a real bitch? What is she?
Well, no, let's get a working definition of real bitch first, because she said she understand what they're trying to say. So what are they trying to say?
They're trying to say that they're living what they're preaching, basically. They're not putting out things that they wouldn't stand behind. So I agree with that.
Let me ask you this.
Okay, so by that logic, hold on, by that logic, a pastor's wife could very well say that she's a real bitch if she's living
especially these
what she
person
preaches.
wives, right? Yeah.
What you say?
Especially these cursing pastors' wives, they definitely could say that and get away with it in the pulpit.
You got to curse? You got to curse?
There's a few cursing pastors now. So yeah, there's a few.
Let me ask you from fantasy.
Wait, you gotta so if you use like regular words, you're not real?
What do you mean regular words?
Like non-curse words.
You can identify yourself as real in another way, but the real bitch is
real bitch is curse at church.
Let me ask you a question, fantasy girl. Like for example, let's say you're dating, right? And you allow the guy to meet your parents. Would you be okay with them saying, would you be okay with the guy saying, you guys raised a real bitch right here. You raised a good real bitch. Like, would you be okay with that?
I already said I wouldn't identify myself as that. So no man has identified me as that either. I don't date men like that. But the problem is there are men that do say in front of the woman's parents, that's my bitch, and da-da-da-da, and nobody blinks an eye because they think, oh, he's claiming them. That's the culture that they're in. That's not the culture that I grew up in. My mom doesn't even say the N-word. So
at the end of the day, when people say real, when people say real nigga, when they say real bitch, what they are doing is trying to just give an ill-defined or undefined title or label to themselves that means nothing, that's not measurable, not quantifiable in any way, shape, or form. They're just basically saying when it comes to practically nothingness, when it comes to the nothingness that I do, or just the persona, the aura that I give, I just want the title, I just want the label, I just want you to just view me as next level. Like I said, all the dudes, y'all just a bunch of niggas. All the women, y'all just a bunch of bitches. But me, I'm a real nigga. Or I'm a real bitch. It's not. I don't think it's no measurable way of like, yeah. When I say real bitch, I mean that means that I stand on what I'm about and I'm truthful. Because only the people that say that are normally the people that engage in all kinds of fuck shit. So it's like they're being honest about the fuck shit that they do. It's like, nah, I don't. It's no way to intellectualize it. Even though we tried earlier to try to pin down an actual definition of what a real nigga was, and obstacles, opportunities, and game changer gave some good definitions. But at the end of the day, it's still just it's a bunch of babble to me, no matter how we try to spin it.
She said it best. A person can take any title that they want, whether it's real bitch or real nigga or real bitch nigga. Like you can take any title that you want. So but what the question I have for Bernard is, should a title that anybody could claim at any time have any prestige or value?
I mean, well, according to her logic, Bernard, like
none. But hold on, wait. To answer Game Changer questions, no, it shouldn't have any prestige or logic. But the only caveat that I put in there is that if somebody like Carlton Banks stepped up and said, "Hey, I'm a real nigga," he might get challenged to a fight. Then he may have to prove it, which means that it's something degenerate in the.
But is real nigga is being able to fight or defend yourself part of the real nigga title?
Of course.
It's
like having a mentor.
So if you go out and find some skinny ass pants nigga who calls himself a real nigga and knock him out, he's no longer a real nigga?
I think he's been revoked for at least 36 hours. I think. I don't know, because you could wake up the next day and claim it. You wash the sins away and come back shiny and new when it comes to the real nigga
So you can't take it away from Carlton Banks then.
No, I was saying, I was gonna say this.
I said he would be challenged to a. Hold on, Azrael. Hold on. Pump the brakes, man. Pump the brakes. I think he'll be challenged to a fight. I think the people who think that they are the actual real niggas will get offended by somebody in a sweater vest trying to claim it.
Like I wear sweater vests all the time.
I know, and if you went and said it around a bunch of dudes in front of a liquor store with wife beaters on, they would they would be offended and would want to challenge you on it in some type of way. You would have to show some type of credentials, but the credentials that you would have to show would be some possibly degenerate, possibly criminal, or just some nonsense. It would have to be some type of credentials put on the table for you to claim that, but it will be the worst measuring stick for any benchmarks or goals that anyone that no reasonable person would ever have.
All right, don't challenge me because you know I do shit like that. You know me well enough to know I do shit like that.
Yeah.
But no, the truth of the matter is, I'd simply say, like, I'm a real nigga. I don't have to do that.
I think.
But go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I kind of see what is being said, but I think what we're describing is we're calling BS, right? Or also we're probably calling relevance, please. So when you say I'm a real ninja in the situation, we're like relevance. But what I think a lot of people say, like, what's the relevance? But what's happening is we're probably not seeing is kind of like what I said earlier, right? In a situation where there's game and it's that question or a topic, right? I can say I'm a real pimp. A real pimp would have did it like this. Or for a situation, as even a girl would say, as a real model, right? Some girls on Instagram saying she's a model, and some girl could be like, as a real model, meaning I was on a runway, meaning I was in Vogue, right? As a real
there's
model,
there's actual credentials. Right? There's actual credentials.
Watch this though. Watch this. If Waka Flocka would have said it in a certain crowd, like let's say Carlton, for example, he could probably go to a PWI and be like, as a real ninja, and they wouldn't know. They'll be like, oh wow, you were a ninja at one point. They wouldn't be able to call him out. They'd be like, oh my gosh, right? Like a lot of people do that. They go to schools and they're like, oh, I'm the tough guy, and they take on this persona. And the white folks, they don't know no better. So they'd be like, oh man, cool, man. Have you shot somebody before? So I think in this crowd, though, with the people you were talking about, if you say that around the wrong people that come from a specific type of culture and come from a specific type of area, right? You say, I'm a real ninja, as a real Crip or a real blood, then people are willing to check you. People are willing to think. So I think when, like I said, Waka Flocka used it, it had no relevancy. So he just said it and was like, as a real ninja. And it was like the whole room was like, huh? So if I say that in the corporate sector, like as a real ninja, they'd be like, excuse me, like what the relevance of that, right?
Yeah.
But once again, Waka Flocka, as much as she was even saying he's trying to change and he's doing all this, man, he's still stuck in his ways. So he's just going to apply that in a situation like as a real ninja in the boardroom. Like, yo, what are we doing here? What's the relevance of that? And amongst his old crowd, that would have went over. Like, oh man, yeah, he is a real ride or die one. You can't call him out on that one. He be speaking his truth. He a real ninja for real. So he was in the wrong crowd.
Good stuff. Hold on, wait. Hold on. Good stuff right there. But let's pump the brakes for a second. I do want to see what SKC, the community anthropologist, is I'm naming him the resident expert on this, but I do got to get to the super chats before we see what SKC got to say on this one. But shout out to Body Thug. He says, when I hear real nigga, I hear you act, behave how white supremacy expects you. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Also, who do we got in here? Captain Cisco in the hold on, wait, I got it. Captain Cisco in the building says I already read that one. So you probably was right. RM, for whatever one you clicked on. Most rappers are PC nowadays. They should try. Okay, so I already read that one. Okay, so I'm behind. Okay, I'm going to trust that you pulling up the next one because I don't know which one is next. All right, so Chris Mo in the building with the $5 super chat. He says, this is the difference between drill music and trap music. Drill music is about murder mostly. Trap is about drugs mostly. I know I'm late, just saying. Okay, yeah, we were. Thank you for putting 5 on it. We was trying to figure out earlier in the show what was the difference between drill music and trap music, and we'll go with that answer. Even though Patriarchy Strikes Back kind of gave a good answer too. But the Clue Channel in the building says he did that thing that successful blacks do. The real ninja comment was paying homage to the hood to let them know he's still down. It's a black thing. Pathetic. Thank you.
What do we get for $10?
Thank you for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Going right to the next one here. Charles Merchant in the building says, I'm a real Naka equals chest beating Donkey Kong kamikaze simp ready to embarrass themselves over mama. Agreed. Thank you for that super chat. Appreciate that. Who else we got in this joint? We got Archie Lucky 7 in the building. Says, kind of like how women depict who a real man is depending on what you can do for them. Example, a stepdad. Yep, real man to take on that woman and her kids. We hear that all the time. The real man is based off who's willing to do what for them. But Snuggles668 in the building says, do you mind playing my music rendition for all the real N-words that are on the panel and in the chat, but nobody else better not say it?
Hi, I'm Snuggle, Snuggly Softness. That's really less expensive.
You said, can Snuggles say that, the N-word?
We haven't verified if she's a real niggly bear herself.
We don't know what Snuggles is, but that's why the use of the N-word. I appreciate that. She didn't want to, or he didn't want to, or whatever the hell the bear didn't want to overstep bounds. Hold on. We got more. And we also got Java Joe with the $20 super sticker. Appreciate that. Whoa. Why is it? All right, there it go. Okay. All right, working on some kinks. Also one more. Oh shit! Obstacles okay, that scared me because when I looked at that, I saw that 400. But are you in the Philippines somewhere? So that's not. Yeah, you ain't just send me $400. But what I think that amounts to 20. He says, as the real Bernard Riley, I strongly disagree. But you are right though. LOL in my Waka Flocka voice. Thank you. Why did you use? Hold on, wait. I'm talking to R in the back. Why did you click on that one? We could almost get rid of. Well, no, don't get rid of that one. But why did you click on that one instead of? It looked like some of them not working or something, or it was like only playing half of it. But anyway, we'll figure that out later. All right. All right. Now, I do want to go to SKC to get SKC's take on this whole thing. So go ahead, SKC. You got the floor. You got the mic.
I'm kind of curious now what Azrael wanted to get out because he seemed like he's been trying to get this off for a little bit.
All right, go ahead. All right, good call. Good call, SKC. I seriously want to see what SKC was on. But go ahead. No, good call, SKC. You're right. Go ahead, Azrael. No. Go, Azrael, you got it. Go ahead. No. Honestly, I thought you were about to ask a question to Fantasy Girl, and then y'all would have been in the back and forth forever, and then we would have never got to SKC. So that's really why I was skipping you. But go ahead, and go Azrael. You got it.
The questions. I had a response to what GC was saying. I was like, that dude that would get knocked out, he's still considered a real nigga, but he just a real nigga that got caught lacking, as they would say in the streets, right? Yeah. And I was gonna ask her.
See, I knew it. It's a chick on the panel. Everyone, we gotta stop the show. She's on the panel.
I want to know, like, before Kamala Harris.
She's not just somebody on the panel. She getting interviewed now. Go ahead, ask the question.
I'm just saying, just curious question. As I'm taking up on SKC thing, I'm not the swiftest of people. I'm not the most shrewdest of individuals, right? As SKC would elaborate to. So I'm curious to what her takes is on Kamala Harris is like when she was the first when she was elected as VP, was she considered technically like a real bitch or the real vice bitch? Like what would you say? It's just a genuine question. That's all. That was it. That's all I had to say.
I honestly don't believe she would label herself that. The people that are labeling themselves that's who we have to decide, okay, this is what the definition is based off of. She would never say that. Like, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get the correlation.
Is that because she's married to a white man, or does that have anything to do with it? I'm just curious.
Maybe it's because she's mixed. I don't know. She just doesn't relate.
Now, nice. You skipped your ass with that goofy ass question. I just want. All right, go.
Oh,
no, you my guy, Israel. I'm messing with you, but go ahead, SKC.
No, I'm really amazed that this is really happening. I mean, yeah, I'm like, nigger can be intellectualized, but why we gonna play this?
Yeah, no, you hold on, but you study black folks very well, and so you probably can pin down better than us on what is it when they say.
Oh, I always thought that the things like real and nigga and all that other stuff. I always thought that was just stupid people who didn't read or have a command of English language, at least not to the point to where they could communicate about themselves. So they just use the same terms over and over and over and hope that you understand the context by I don't know, the face that they're given.
Wow, that's I think that's pretty damn accurate. Yeah. I think that's pretty
but I have questions though. I mean, maybe if we want to go down this line of reasoning, I want to know what's the opposite then. So what is the opposite of real?
Clown. She said it earlier. Clown. If you're not a
clown
real
ass
nigga, you're a clown. That's it.
Not a real
but
nigga.
But see, Bernard just used a phrase that counters that.
What? When I said clown ass nigga?
Yeah.
Or a buster, as they would say back in the day.
No.
So for all of you guys, just go down the line. I'm curious. GC said clown. What is the opposite of real?
Well, okay. In normal real
clown.
Yeah,
Honestly,
okay.
Don't
In
know what
normal,
the opposite of clown nigga is. Just like I don't know what the opposite of a chef is.
Okay,
like,
so
yeah.
Oh, my fault. Go ahead, GC. Go ahead.
No, but I mean, her definition is, absent real nigginess is clown.
Okay, what I'll say to what SKC is asking, and we were trying to pin this down earlier, but okay, so in normal world, the opposite of real is what? Fake. Okay, so the opposite of real.
But we're not talking about
I know. I'm just trying to preface it with reality.
We are right.
I want to preface it with reality, and then try to build from there. So. If we're talking in the real world, the opposite of real is fake. So logic says if one person, in this case Waka Flocka, is a real nigga, then I guess Myron and Fresh. I mean Myron and that's right. Myron and Fresh would be fake niggas. So
no matter what, you fall into a nigga category.
Yeah, that's why I said.
So then that begs the question, GC. What is the opposite of a nigga?
Intellectual. So basically the opposite would be a fake intellectual, which makes no sense, right?
All right. So Azrael and the chick and also the guy in the Philippines, shout out to the Thai bot. What do you define as the opposite of real and the opposite of a nigga?
Well, when I hear these rappers say this nigga ain't real, he ain't a real ass nigga, he don't live that shit, he ain't about that life. When I hear that, I hear them saying he's telling people things, he's perpetuating something that he is not actually living. So
basically you're saying that this is a dishonest person.
Yes.
So they have to say all of that to say that they're not honest.
They don't have to say all of that, but that is all the things that I've heard them say on their rants when they're going off on a specific person that people claim to be real. They say he's not a real ninja, and this is why. And they insert him not following what he's saying. I'm not.
So why don't they just say he's a liar?
It's a synonym for them. It's synonymous.
No, she's saying a pretender, basically.
Okay, but see, here's the deal. What started this whole conversation is when Waka Flocka was disagreeing with Myron, and he prefaced it with the trump card of "I'm a real nigga." In that situation, what Fantasy Girl is saying doesn't necessarily apply. It doesn't necessarily apply. Like, he wasn't saying that how I'm living, how what I talk about is how I live, or anything like that. Or so he was basic. He was just he threw it out there for no reason.
Which goes back to playing.
It's a mythical. It's an intangible trump card that has no real value or meaning, but some people, I guess, view it that way.
Yeah, but now we're in the rabbit hole of trying to intellectualize niggerese. So that's what I'm saying. It goes right back to that, because unless you can come up with real, unless you can come up with true terms that define things, what are you talking about?
Can you replay the clip? Is it a long clip?
No, it's not that long. And good call. I'll replay it. Good call. Let me see. Let's see. Nope, we don't want to go there. Let's see. All right. Yeah, we'll replay it.
I mean, here's the thing, and I was being very patient listening.
All right.
Isolate it because we're
very pussified society where everyone thinks what they say about men and women are physically different and men are physically superior to women. It's like, well, not really. Show me the studies. Like, we got to go back to telling people they're stupid. The only reason she was able to come on the pod and say the ridiculous things she was saying with her dumbass friend is because we don't tell people they're stupid anymore. We need to go back to bullying people, letting them know, no, that's not really how the world works. You sound dumb. Change your way of thinking. But we don't bully people no more and tell them they're dumb. We need to go back to doing that. We live in a very pussified society where everyone thinks what they say is valid.
I agree. I preach
and that's
that.
ridiculous.
I agree with that.
That's what I was saying before.
I'm sorry, I disagree, bro. I'm gonna be honest, nigga. I'm a real nigga, right? And I would never make a woman. I don't give a fuck
100%.
what you say.
Nigga,
I'm respecting you, nigga. That's wrong.
That is wrong.
Of course, because you got an opinion. I'm a real nigga.
Okay, that's cool.
I'm telling you right now, I don't give a fuck what she said. I'm different from you. I would have never let her get a fuck skin. I would have just, if I feel like you're a clown, I'm gonna give you the circuits. Then I'm gonna throw a lion on stage with you. Matter of fact, we gonna sell popcorn because we can make it all merch. But he's right and he's wrong for a fact, because there's a whole group of other men that don't feel like that. But he's right. That's the way men in the past used to think. But like everything else, you got to transition. You have to evolve with your opinion. Some women go too far with that shit, and that's why I got my man on ice like it, because women is pulling. Oh no, men make us feel sexy. Men, nah, that's bullshit. Some of that shit, I'm telling you.
So all right, so
be a real nigga orientator.
So
is this dude retarded?
The hell was that?
I'm asking for real. I don't know who this dude is. Is he retarded?
That is a Waka Flocka, who's a successful recording artist.
His name is Waka Flocka.
Oh, come on. You've heard of Waka Flocka.
No, I haven't.
Oh.
That's wild. Really, SKC? He was big. Like
yes, I never heard of this guy.
He been rapping, and keep in mind, I'm lost on rappers too. So I'm with you, but I know who Waka Flocka is. Like, but
dude,
yeah. So,
the conversation literally went, I'm a real nigga, and then some chick backed it up. Yeah, 100%. What does this mean? This is meaningless. God, what are you?
I feel like I completely understood what he was saying. So maybe I'm a minority.
Go ahead.
I know what he was saying.
Well, could you translate for us?
Oh no. She's about to explain this. Go ahead.
Please.
You got it.
So he's saying there isn't, as a real man, he knows that there isn't a reason for you to have to disrespect a woman to tell her that she's wrong and to put her in her place and make her feel lesser than. If you want to be a clown and you want to be saying things that don't make any sense and that are crazy, you basically you're a clown in the circus, then I'm gonna let you have that. I'm gonna give you your stage to say whatever things you need to say. But he doesn't think real niggas need to put women in their place, calling them stupid, calling them names to make them feel low for their opinion.
So real niggas is somebody that don't challenge women.
You can challenge them without calling them. You don't need to call names to challenge somebody. People challenge me all the time. You don't need to call me names.
Let me ask you.
Is there a certain
real
degree?
niggas somebody that don't call women names.
Oh no, wait, hold on, but hold on. There was a certain amount of massaging her stupidity. Like, it is stupid for somebody if he said men are physically superior to women, and the chick is saying, "Show me the study on that." Like at some point that's dumb. So, and whatever they were trying to do is massage the stupidity and try to intellectualize it and make sense. And they threw therapy into the conversation. It's like, at some point, a spade must be called a spade. And so what Waka Flocka was saying, I mean, and maybe you good to translating nigganese to English. Maybe you're good at that. But what he was saying, I think I'm more in line with what Game Changer was talking about. It was basically don't call out that woman. Don't correct no woman. Don't tell her she wrong. Don't say that. You just let her be stupid and be her own stupid self. And when people when people say stupid stuff, they are not to be corrected. They are not to be told that they're wrong.
Well,
basically, men, you're a real nigga. You're a real nigga if you just let the stupid chick rock out and do her thing.
But don't you guys agree?
I'm curious because you said don't call them names, but you said that they don't call the women names. But Ice Cube, the former member of NWA, Niggas with Attitude, also wrote the song "A Bitch Is a Bitch." Is he not a real nigga?
That was one of my main points. Okay, go ahead. I'll let her answer.
I don't know if Ice Cube says he's a real nigga. I don't know what he.
Well, he doesn't anymore because he stopped being a real nigga. But you claim that Waka Flocka stopped being that person. He's now this person that gives financial advice to other niggas. However, he just called himself a real nigga. You see, when Ice Cube stopped being a nigga, he started making movies like Are We There Yet? He actually stopped it, and he stopped calling himself a real nigga. Like, Waka Flocka is still calling him, he's still holding on to the nigicity of life.
Yes, I don't think he feels he has to shed that label. Some men don't.
Is a real nigga different from a real nigger?
What the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, you would have to ask Just Pearly things about that, right? SKC.
Wow.
I'm just wondering. I'm lost in the translation.
Well, hold on, man. I want to circle back to SKC's raw reaction. And Fantasy Island Girl, I do appreciate your attempt. I really do. When a girl come on, I like that you made it. I like that you made an attempt. But good job. But we will probably circle back to your attempt. But I do gotta get SKC because you had a raw reaction when he said,
I don't know. This dude seemed like he was on the spectrum or something. I'm serious. It's like he had an inability to communicate with other men. Hey, I think we live in a world where intellectualism has dropped, and we need to be able to call that out, because if you don't, it's going to propagate people being stupid.
SKC, I'm gonna blow your mind.
Okay. So
he was
and his reply to that is, "You don't have to do that. I'm a real nigga." Huh?
So I understand what you're saying. It's a failure to communicate or a lack of vocabulary. If like there's a way to convey the message, and Fantasy Island Girl did actually try to translate it to English, but there's a way to communicate the message of I don't even know how to do it, but there's a way to communicate that message. There's a way to communicate that message that You know, you can allow somebody to just say what they're saying, and you don't got to put them down. There's venues and places where intellectuals talk, but there's a percentage of the population that's just going to be stupid. So just let them have it, and then we can come over here and have an intellectual conversation. Like that's like there's a way to communicate that and word that. But the fact of the matter is, what I gather more from what he's saying is, don't criticize that woman, because if it was two men and one said something horribly stupid, and Myron just called them out and said, no, that's stupid. You're not making sense. We don't have to show you a study to prove that the average man is stronger than the average woman. We don't need a study for that. Like, I don't think it would have been a rush to say, oh, you ain't got to say that, man. Just let him be a clown. Just let him have it.
And that's the whole point that I'm not understanding, Bernard, is, okay, I don't know who it was on the panel. Someone was saying something about the guy trying to uplift and change his persona and such and such. Okay, well,
I don't know if that could be fake. Fantasy Island Girl said that could be fake news. I don't know if he's actually trying to do that or not.
But if that was the case, wouldn't one major facet of that would be to change the way that you speak, to not make yourself appear a certain way in public and communicate in a better way, not communicate the same way that the niggas do?
No, I think that's part of that is baked.
I mean, God dang it, you're in rap. It's a form of communication. You use words for a living.
That's interesting.
He's
like
not,
they use words and they write. Like you got to think about it. I always had this problem with rappers, because the way that they talk, like, put it like this, Lil Wayne, if you listen to some of his lyrics and some of the metaphors he come up with, if he's writing all his lyrics, he's no dummy, because some of the metaphors he come up with, you have to have a certain reasonable level of intelligence to come up with that many metaphors. However, when you listen to him communicate, he sounds like he never graduated the 3rd grade. So it's something weird going on with rappers where, like you're saying, yeah, they use language in communication for a living, but they can't talk and communicate like in a normal, legible, that's not the right word, but in a normal way. It's like they can't communicate very well. So it's an interesting thing that I can't really it's almost like they pretend to be stupid so they can look cool. And that's another rabbit hole that's that more social commentary can be laid out on. But anyway, go ahead.
No, it just, to me, it goes on with the. Oh, go ahead. I don't want to hog this.
Waka Flocka hasn't released an album since 2012, so it's been over a decade. And
Whoa.
He can't shed that label of rapper, even though he's doing many different business ventures and speaking on different panels about money and building your financial wealth. He's speaking on these topics without speaking like you gentlemen would probably speak. So he is not technically a rapper. He's just always going to have that label because he started out his entertainment lifestyle as a rapper. But now
I don't think it's the rapper label that he should be concerned with. It's the real nigga label that he just gave himself the other night that he should be concerned with. You're speaking as if he's trying to escape a bad label when he just labeled himself real nigga. Like, no matter what, he labeled himself as a nigga. And you're saying that he, unlike Ice Cube, he's refusing to shed that label. So he's not the victim of society choosing to look at him a certain way. He's choosing to present himself a certain way to society.
You know what it reminds me of, GC? A lot of those times when we used to have those conversations with people and, they'll give you their background about how they went to prison or that they got caught up in this and that, and they began to read all of these various authors and studies and so forth. But then someone says the wrong thing, and then they say, but don't get it twisted, my nickel. I'm from the street. And it's like, dude, I thought you left all that behind.
You know that speech that Malcolm X did when, he talked about how when he was Detroit Red, how much of a real nigga he did. You remember that speech? That's because he didn't do that shit. Once he became Malcolm X, he shed the real nigga shit. Like he put the real nigga life behind him. You know,
he didn't go on the circuit talking about reminiscing about all his old days of and how he missed it and laughing and giggling with guys of that he used to rob and steal with.
Okay, somebody said he did. Okay, so show me the clip where Malcolm X called himself a real nigga. Like, please do. Like, yeah. No, once you shed that label, and my bad, SKC, I interrupted you. I was reading the chat.
No. I was just saying it's weird. I don't understand why people have the belief of using words like uplift. We hear that all the time, particularly from the B-dubs. But the attitude, the actions, the sayings, they never change.
But that's not true. He has changed his actions. He has changed the way he views the world. He doesn't speak on the same things. That's why he doesn't want to be seen as Waka Flocka the rapper anymore, because the things he was speaking on before he
want to
knew
be seen as a real nigga, though.
Align with that anymore. But that doesn't make him not a real nigga in his eyes, and that's why he still thinks about that.
Okay, let's put it like this. There are bad with any label. There's like lawyer. Lawyers people see as liars sometimes. So when you take a label, you know, like me, software guy, you know, people see us as nerdy or nerd. There's negative connotations with that label. So when you take a label, you take in the good and the bad. He's embracing the bad of real nigga while trying to say he's changed, but no, he's still a real nigga. I'm saying embrace the bad. You know, like if he wants to give economic advice, then he should say, you know, real nigga economics. Like, you know. Or no, like honestly, like if he wants to open up a bakery now, he could say, you know, real nigga donuts, real nigga croissants. Like he can actually do that because that's what he is. He wants to continue to hold on to this title. You know, if he wants to open up a wedding dress shop, he could say real nigga dresses. Like he can, if he wants to continue with that label, then we can continue to label him that.
Well, then I have a question then, GC, and everyone here. I'm just wondering, would this be okay? So let's say if what's his name, Waka? Okay, so let's say if Waka started to teach on a circuit of financial literacy, and he's on a circuit talking with great minds within finance, and then as they go down and they began to introduce the different speakers, you know, you have this guy from such and such, Wharton Business School, or blah, 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 and such and such. And here we have Waka Flocka, the realest nigga. Would he be fine with white people introducing him like that?
No.
Why?
I'm going to go out on a link because it has no currency anywhere else other than trying to pull out a Trump card to slap on the table to other black folks. That's the only.
But wouldn't it resonate with the people who want to uplift themselves beyond where they're at? Because now they can look at a real nigga on a financial circuit.
Well, perhaps.
No, you have a point. You have a point.
Yeah.
Like we all want to, you know, have our finances looked at by real niggas.
I like to give some context to this as well.
I want my heart surgeon to be a real nigga, like real nigga heart surgery. Like that's exactly what we need. Some of that. It's better than a fake nigga heart surgery, right?
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go to Jackie before I go to you because I'm extremely interested. Gerard, you said you got some historical context on this. Anybody bringing the historical context to these conversations? I'm all in. I want to hear it. But go ahead, Jackie. You got it.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, what Fantasy Island girl must have been on some not Niggerlander, but okay, I ain't gonna use that word. It's a different type of lander, like there can only be one. Like Jackie came up, she left. She like, yeah. Anyway.
No, I was just coming up to explain because there's some people that were saying he's pretending. He's definitely pretending, and it's a
Pretending
Atlanta.
what?
Don't that make him a fake nigga?
Exactly.
What is he pretending about? Hold on, I don't
He's-
understand what he's pretending about.
The way he's talking, he's pretending. He knows how to articulate himself. This is all a gimmick. Like when it comes
So he's
to
a fake nigga.
So
no, that's
no, he's not. That's how he talks in real life. That's, you know what I'm saying. If you know any history about Waka Flocka Flame and who he came from and everything like that, no, he is.
Wait, hold on.
Fully
Wait,
what he
before,
is. That's not fake.
Hold on, wait, time out. Okay, yeah, before I let well, you go, Gerard. I want Jackie to lay out the argument. Why do you think that he's faking it, like he knows how to speak like normal regular English? Why do you think? I mean, what reason do you have to believe to think that he's faking it?
Because this is an Atlanta thing. This is just an Atlanta thing. It's just like with the Migos and everybody that lives in the greater Atlanta area. Because he's not really from Atlanta, but he's like close to Atlanta. Like all the people on the outskirts, claim to be from Atlanta. So this is just the Atlanta thing, and especially for the people that are like transplants that come from, because Waka's from New York. So these people that come from other places, they adapt to the lowest of lowest people in Atlanta, the way they talk when they initially come to Atlanta. And I know people that be switching back and forth when they're talking to their girl in private, talking to their mom in private. Have you heard his mom talk? His mom is very articulate. Like, so
that's a stretch.
She knows how to convey her ideas in a way where you're not trying to figure out what she's talking about. I mean, she might say some normal things that women talk, how women talk, which can be a little bit convoluted, but she knows how to express herself where you don't have to like decipher what she's talking about. And his mom is very overbearing. So you think his mom's gonna raise a dummy? She's his manager. She knows what they know how to work the system.
These are some street people from New York. You know what I mean? Like these are heck, so I ain't letting you go for that.
Like street people from New York.
These are street cats from. Listen, they would just be talking in street vernacular in New York. They still hood dudes. Okay, so he grew up in Atlanta primarily because they moved down there. Exactly. But they're still no. He's street. He's a street Atlanta dude that was originally from New York. Just like 21 Savage is originally from Britain.
Doesn't mean you don't know how to articulate yourself.
Hey, could be, but no. But that's not an act.
Wait a minute.
That's not an act.
It's an act.
That's not.
Wait. Whoa. Damn it! What is happening? Y'all can't hear me. Like when y'all talking and I talk, y'all can't hear me. Like All right, I want to hear him lay out whatever he was trying to say about the historical context. I want you to lay that out. What were you saying? There's historical context. I want you to lay it out fully uninterrupted. I want to see what you was talking about.
So the historical context is just in use the way the word nigga is being used, right? So like we all know that again, that word was initially used only for black people, right? Is really a degradation of the word Negro, and it means black. So either way you ever flip it up, Negro, black, colored, it all means black. At the end of the day, that word, okay, now, and also black people use it as a term of endearment. I'm sorry. We all understand that context, but because of rap music itself, right? And the popularity of rap music, hip hop, gangster music, whatever the case may be, now was outside of our group. So now you got, for instance, Fresh and Fit. They refer to themselves as niggas. So you know what I mean, and you know what I'm saying. So that quote unquote, they're supposed to be intellectual, I guess, on some term or level. So when you could just substitute nigga just for dude or man, the way people use it today. You have Hispanics calling themselves niggas, Asian people calling themselves niggas. I don't agree with it, but that's the way that it's being used, right? So no longer is it in any type of racial category as it used to be, even though it still is. It's still being used, in our group as such. But it's like we no longer even own it anymore because other people use it so freely. You don't even have to be from here. I.e., you could be of foreign descent and call and that's why they sound so funny when they say it. Myron and Fresh. That's like, bro, y'all ain't real niggas.
What I wanted to get at, because we was talking about the definition of real nigga. What is a real nigga? And when you said you had some historical context, I thought you was about to give some historical breakdown of what a real nigga actually.
I mean, again, going back to so what? So a real nigga, if you want to say it,
you gave the history. You gave just the general history of the N word. I thought you was about to break down the real N word.
I mean, the context is being used as other people have already stated, like Fantasy Girl had already stated, right? You know what I'm saying? Basically, the opposite of a real nigga is a fake nigga, a bitch ass nigga, whatever you want to call it, right? You know what I mean? That's the opposite of it. That's the opposite. Now, a real nigga, again, a real nigga stands on his shit. You know what I'm saying? So what he was saying, and that's how it's used. That's how it's used. So, again, you could say real dude, real man, because that's how it's meant to be used, right? Niggas just a form. I've even heard black people call a white person a nigga, like that nigga, man, and you like what? You know what I'm saying? Like, but because it's lost any racial code of any racial meaning anymore. It's lost any racial meaning.
Can he slow that down for me? I'm trying to understand. How does a real nigga stand on his ish? What do you mean by that?
So when someone says, okay, I know you've heard somebody saying, yo, I stand 10 toes down, right? You've heard that saying before?
I've heard of it.
Never heard that being used.
I've heard of it. I don't understand the significance, but go ahead.
So basically saying that you have principles or whatever it may be, whether it be good or bad, right? Like for instance, we could say in this context, Myron, he stand 10 toes down on the way he views, you know what I'm saying, how sexual dynamics, right, between men and women, right? He stood his principle. He didn't allow Flocka to change his opinion, and he stood on his, right? And he stood on his. I would say both of them. And if I was going to, talking street talk, because that's what this is street talk, right? At the end of the day, it's low brow based street talk. Myron's a real nigga on that for him standing up to his principles, and I guess Flock is a real nigga for saying what he did not going along with Myron and Fresh, even though he's a guest of their show. So again,
I'm a little lost there when you say principles, because a principle is not an idea. That's a
it's not really
that's a basic truth, the law. It's
principles are ideas. Principles are ideas, and they could be sets of ideas. It could be various different ideas that a principle
you're
can
correct.
be.
You're correct. I meant principle is not an opinion.
All right,
it can be. I mean, you could say like somebody who's a communist, or economic theory, right? There's all types of that's a principle, or that could be something that someone attached to, something that they believe in, an ideology, right? That ideologies can be opinionated, and like that, between religions, there's no fact in religion. To be honest with you, it's what you believe in. Is you believe in it or not? So that's
now, real quick.
Those are principles.
I want to try to square something real quick, and we can settle the debate that you and Jackie was having when she was saying that he speaks differently, but he just puts it on doing some Atlanta rapper act. I haven't seen this video, but I was just sent this video by RM and said this is a video of Waka Flocka in an interview speaking intelligently. Let's go. Where is it at? There it is. Let's play ball. Oh, and of course my sound volume is not on. All right.
Credit up. For me to y'all, clean your credit up.
That mean everything.
Everything. Stop putting everything in your name. Create a business, an LLC. Put everything in your LLC. And open up a C corp. And if you don't know these, you need to figure these out. I'm telling you the names. Get a C corp to run an LLC. If you want to make it even deeper, go get a trust fund and run a corp that runs the LLC. You want to get even deeper, own
trust funds for your business and your person to run that trust that runs all the business. It can get deep, my guy.
Absolutely.
And Donald Trump actually showed me that method. That's how he didn't pay tax. Financial literacy.
Okay. Yeah, I'm divided on that. It's like
Yeah, I mean, that was very generic advice.
Well, no. I'm not even talking about the advice. I'm just talking about
his tone and tonality
the
and
cadence, and
it's
and how
exactly the same. It's exactly the same. It's not
all of that. It
don't sound real nigga-ish.
But there was a few things that he said that, and truth be told, that happens when I talk. Some stuff I say it real ghetto. Some words are just baked into the cake at this point. It ain't going nowhere. But overall, he said something in there that was grammatically incorrect, but now we nitpicking. But so that compared to how he was talking on Fresh and Fit when he was saying I'm a real nigga.
I would challenge everyone to see the interview prior to the after hours, because I watched it, and he was making a lot of things that he was saying. He was talking in double speak. It was a real weird interview. Myron was actually trying to get him to ask specifics, and he was like, like to me, it's again what I see a lot. Well, a lot of people, some street dudes, that guy that has found some little bit of knowledge. And they think they're like some street professors, or it's like come on, bro, but a lot of people
you could hear the aspiring reformed Pookie in his voice when he was talking right there.
You have to be from Atlanta to understand this. You have to, like, it's known in Atlanta that these rappers turn this stuff on and off. Like that's like people in the chat, even people who are from Atlanta. No, that's what happens.
That can't people can call switch anywhere. It's not an Atlanta thing.
Like real is the opposite of fake, meaning like a pretender. A person who's, if you aren't consistent in your personality, then wouldn't that make you like a not real nigga? That's what I'm concluding.
Some I would agree with you to that. It just depends on make some people street opinion would do that, right? Like I can code switch. I'm from Detroit. You don't have to be from Atlanta to know about code switching, right? Anybody can code switch.
I know. When you said I'm from Detroit, I thought you were about to say, and you can Watusi, yo monkey. Never mind. For people to get it, they get it.
G5G.
Hold on, real quick. All right, RM, pull up the most recent super chat that I haven't read, and then we'll work our way down. Pull up the
But I'm not saying that
super chats really. What the hell?
Oh, I didn't know you was reading it right now.
Okay, all right, okay. Bring women on the panel. Even Fantasy Island girl knew how to act up here. Anyway, she had her titties out. But anyway, Tay Lawson in the building. With the $20 super chat says, I'm from Atlanta, Stone Mountain, GA. Waka is intelligent, but he still have a brand to protect. Him coming to the show was a bad move, and his bad move on his brand, by the way. The real N-word is nigu or nigus, and it means king or kings. Shaking my head.
That's wrong. That's wrong. He's talking about nitrous. That's wrong. That's wrong as hell. That's so wrong. That's so wrong. He's talking. That's what the Ethiopian word was for king, or the ancient Abyssinian word for king. No, that's not what nigga came from. It didn't come from that breakdown. Just look up etymology, and you'll find out where nigga came from. Nigger, negro, all of it is Latin. It's Latin based.
Yeah, but it is a term out there that we call it a negus.
I think that's coincidence because
that was referring to some people that were of darker hue, correct?
Okay, so in Latin,
negus is Ethiopian. It's not. That was for king. That the word for king was no. That was not. That's not the same thing.
I heard. I mean, and granted, this ain't my area. But I heard Killer Mike was saying something, and he was breaking something down about negus, the earlier version of it, and he related it to niggas as we
again.
That's
street. That's street.
That's street philosophers. Exactly. Studying ancient. They study ancient Kemet, and then
Right.
they come with all kind of
Right.
homespun knowledge. I mean that comes out on my panels more than what more than what I'm proud of. Where it's a lot of people with a lot of theories that we didn't come over here via slavery, or we the Native Americans, and then we're the
Hey, watch your mouth. Don't talk about
Hey,
Turtle Island. Don't talk about Turtle Island.
That's
Don't
we
talk
call
about
them
Turtle
pretendians. We call that pretendians, man.
Black
the Dan Callaways of the world. That's pretendians.
It's something going on in Black culture right now where we're rewriting history books, or I mean, some people probably are unearthing some things that weren't taught in school. I give them some credit. I'll be generous. Like I said, I haven't researched it. When I actually deep dive and research this stuff, I'm gonna come ready to debunk all of the people with their theories. I'm gonna come with it. But I don't even want to go hard on them. I'm like letting everybody live when they come up here talking about we came from the moon or some shit. But all right, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. But the standard RLC in the building says look up Waka on 106 in Park talking about voting. Cool, voting good, and how he the major in geometry because he's good at math. He's no intellectual. Thank you. All right.
Major in geometry.
Struggle Roast Reactions with the $20 super chat. Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate that. Says he's right on Pac. It's like you have to have something happen to you before you start seeing clear on women. When Pac had that false grape charge, he got his wake-up call. Like me, he started understanding what them OGs used to tell him. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Also, let me know if that's the last one because I don't even know where we at on the super chat. Okay, Captain Cisco in the building with a $2 super chat says, ask her if she is sexually attacked. I think he means attracted to Waka Flocka. Fantasy Island Girl is not here.
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
All right, Fantasy Island Girl is not here, but Jackie Jack, as the stand-in female on the panel, you must answer the question. Go ahead.
No.
Okay, moving on. All right, bring up the next one. RM, you got the okay. Black Wealth and Power in the building says, is Waka Flocka a real ninja?
No,
Yeah,
he just said he was.
Yeah, he said he was, and that's all it takes.
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
All right.
I mean, I don't really mind a person getting themselves a title, but I mean, to try to place that title above whatever, I mean, it was an indirect insult at Myron because he said that he's a real nigga, then he gave a definition of real nigga as something other than what Myron was doing at that time. I'm a real nigga because I don't do that thing that you're just doing. So
I mean, but Myron refers to himself as a nigga, so it makes sense in the context of what it is. They use nigga all day long.
No,
so they're dudes. It just means they're dudes. That just means that they're a guy.
I'm not saying that the nigga word is an insult in this context. What I'm saying is the real part. He's saying that he's real because he don't make these insults towards women. Apparently. So then that makes him a fake one, right?
Or it could be a question of who is the realest nigga.
Well, I mean, the realest nigga, if you're a fake nigga for insulting women, then you must be a real nigga for complimenting them.
The SKC, that would be an epic debate that you have a lot of fun with if two people seriously had to have a serious discussion about who was the realest nigga.
No, I think that should be like a show that somebody should have, the realest nigga.
Yeah, I can see that.
You have to lay out a real good criteria, and yeah.
Well, no, Dave Chappelle did it when he did that Expert on Black People show, and he had white people interview, like who know black people best.
Yeah, and they was asking questions like,
you could do it like the dunk contest. You have people there, they put up their points and everything. No, I'm just saying you could judge it like the dunk
Yeah,
contest.
you mean you have people hold up signs after somebody, like hold up a 10 on, after, I don't know.
Well, no, I mean something like that would
No.
have to be like Bernard was suggesting, like an audience judgment. Like, they have two self-proclaimed niggas, in each other's face, talking about why they're the realest, and then the audience decides.
All right, Captain Cisco on the build on $5 super chat. He says, "I wanted you to ask Fantasy Girl, who would she sleep with, Myron or Waka Flocka? Like, why? Wow. Like that, like if we weren't even in the realm of that type of discussion, it's like that's random. That's random to want to know that. It's very random to want to know that.
She wasn't talking like she was interested in either. She
Yeah.
was just explaining. She was giving an explanation, and it was actually a good explanation.
Yeah, no, I commended her. I actually, I like what she did. I think she translated Nigganese quite well. I think,
Agreed.
she probably embellished and took a few creative liberties. But either way it goes, it was a nice attempt. I appreciated that. That's what I like when I hate when I debate with a woman and they just can't like give me something.
Bernard, no, she was accurate in exactly what she in her translation. That was an accurate translation. 100%.
Yeah, it
Because,
was.
like
It was accurate.
Because in this case, Nick, see, like you when you start referring to like nigga shit and things of that nature, now you're talking about like degenerate black people stuff, right? But the way nigga is being used today in popular in a popular a lexicon, it just means guy or dude or whatever.
Yeah, dude,
you know what I
get
mean?
that.
It doesn't
It's like
doesn't have a racial
wait,
context in that particular sense.
we're not talking about the word nigga by itself. We're talking about the word nigga with real in front of it. That's the part that you're missing. We don't need a
Even so. So like I said, you have to divorce it. You have to divorce it from the connotation that it has with black people. You have to divorce it from that. So now it just means like, oh, I'm a real dude, I'm a real guy, it's machismo. That's what it means. It doesn't have all the things that we are used to having the connotation behind it. Even adding the word real, the adjective real to it, so to speak. It just means now he's just saying I'm a man. I'm a real man, and I don't have to insult women to get my point across.
All right,
That's
so here's
exactly
the
what
deal.
it means.
Here's the deal. I think so if we replace it with the word man, and then then what he would be saying is, I like, for example, if we talk about honesty. Hey, I'm an honest and straightforward guy, or I'm a principled guy, or I'm a guy who wouldn't do this, or I'm a guy who wouldn't do that. So, but you see how I'm giving descriptions, adjectives, or verbs, and all kind of stuff when I'm using a sentence to describe what type of man I'm talking about. But with real nigga, it's like it means whatever you want it to mean in that situation. And I think SKC actually said it. It's up to people to like look at your facial expression or the previous context of what was going on and assess what you mean by it, instead of you using your words and explaining what you mean by it. Like that's what Fantasy Island Girl did. She used her words to explain what his words should have been.
I completely concur.
Yeah.
And that's why I say that it's not an act. That's who he is, or what have you. Now, I'm, to back up the other lady. I'm sorry, to be contrast to what Jackie was saying. That's who he is. That's just point blank in everything I've ever seen him in, knowing his pedigree of his people, who he comes from. Now, there are certain rappers like Little John.
What does that mean, pedigree, when we're talking about humans?
we all know you've heard the word pedigree, meaning from your type of people that you're from, right? The class of people that you're from.
I'm just saying it's like if other people use these terms, they're instantly racist.
Maybe not. I've heard white people. I've heard that from English, just from again a lexicon of English, and usually white people have used that term. So I mean, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Someone could try to do that. You're right.
Bernard, just to cue with your show yesterday, had someone on that panel said use pedigree talking about black people, you would have had Jason Black talking about, see, that's what they really think about you. You just a bunch of animals. They want to put you back in the stocks.
Roger.
Yeah. I'm mad I didn't play that whole tape. It was funny. I'm mad I didn't play the whole tape on the show, but because I just rethought about that whole thing and how many reaches it was where she didn't say nothing about black people, but he kept adding black people to everything.
That's what I'm saying. So far as like the contrast between this show and yesterday's show, you got guys coming up and you guys are saying, well, no, niggas just that such and such. But if it was put on that show, people will be having arguments right now stating that these people are completely racist.
Well, what somebody said in the super chat, and it went over my head. He was basically saying that Jewish people got it to where can't nobody say nothing about them, or they full cancel culture mode. And I've argued that black people are the same way. We don't have an anti-defamation league. We're not organized with it, but your ass will get canceled if you say something wrong about us. And so to the statement of using the oppression, because that's what she referenced, how using the oppression and the history of it and trumping it up, or bare minimum just making sure it's in everybody's face, making sure everybody see it, that gives you a form of power and control over them, over what they can and can't say. And somebody had acknowledged that, yeah, the Jewish people do that too, with the whole, that's anti-Semitic, or this, they say it's everything. If you compliment them, say, hey man, y'all own a lot of, y'all do really well in business. That's anti-Semitic, So I'm saying all of that to say that we have that thing going on where I think a lot of black people would argue that that's not a bad thing that we have that going on. And so it's like they bask in the glory of that victimhood. And then the argument that I've been hearing now, and I saw it in my comment section after the show, and I saw it in the super chat, is like, well, the Jews do it too, and it ain't no problem. So why is it a problem when black people do it to try to control people or get them to shut up or get them canceled when they say any little thing that would be normal if we said it? So why would it be a problem?
I think the counter to that would be as soon as you start to monetize it, then that's when it goes out of the league of that.
Okay, so are the Jewish people, are they not monetizing it?
Well,
the K word, is the K word
no,
monetized?
Absolutely not. Exactly.
Okay,
I agree with you on that.
Okay.
It's not. Yeah, no, it's not the same thing at all. In my opinion.
All right. It was the only reason I went on that tangent because I was thinking about the show last night. I was laying in bed, I was thinking about the show, and that super chat popped in my head. I was like, that's what he meant in that super chat. And I didn't get it. That would have been a good discussion. That would have been a good discussion that would have took people all over the place. If I would have had that same group with the heightened emotions, everybody going at each other, I would have loved to have really probed and dug deep on that. Got what Psychopathia had to say on that and everything else. But yeah, no.
I do agree with you, Bernard, that you're right. There are things that a black person could say about black people that white people cannot say, or a different group of people cannot say. That's easy. I mean, the whole Chris Rock, the nigga versus black people thing, right? You know what I mean? A lot of people actually have stated that Chris Rock was wrong for doing that stand up because now it opened up white people to make those comparisons or whatever.
OGJ Speed, who's been on my show plenty of times, he's still mad at Chris Rock for that, to the point to where he didn't say it like this, but my interpretation is he was okay with Will Smith slapping Chris Rock because of that statement. He was like, Chris Rock deserved it because of that. That it's a civil war going on in America. On one side is black people, on the other side is niggas. Niggas got to go. That he still, it's some black people who still cannot accept that statement. But
well, Jay Speed, he's been sitting on that for what was it, 15 years that Chris Rock said it. It wasn't a recent thing that he said, but you know, Jay Speed was waiting for over a decade. I hope somebody slapped that nigga. And then when it happened, he was like, yeah.
Yeah.
Check out the Marlon Wayne stand up. Check that out if you want to talk about something like that. Check that out. It's hilarious.
Oh
in
yeah,
the
I know
same
what it-
vein of
yeah.
what you just talked. It's in the same vein of what you're talking about.
I actually saw that part. Real quick, Charles D. Curry in the building with the $10 super chat. He says, I want to hear that I got 5 on it. Thank you.
You gotta play it twice. You put 10.
All right, RM, hit it again. All right, go to the next one. Just bring up the next one. Carlo in the building with the $15. Okay, yeah, I got to get a $15 salute, but it got the $15 Canadian. What do they call it? Loonies? What do they call their money over there? Anyway, he said, "Let's be real. That real nigga reference was meant to suppress Fresh and Fit, but I'm glad Myron stood strong because it was not based on sound logic."
What do we get for $10? Everything you want.
Very well said.
Yeah, it's a ranking term. Like he was ranking.
And that's part of why we got into and that Canadian, that's 10. Damn, they money worth that much more than ours? Or is that how it work? Or is that RM just said it's like 10 that's like $10.9 dollars or something like that, like $10.96.
Yeah, that means
like,
that 10 of our dollars is worth 15 of theirs. It's less. Theirs is worth less.
Oh, theirs is worth. Okay, got it. Okay, yeah. So we're number one. I'm just playing. All right. James Wingate in the building with $2 super chat. He says, "You wonder why more black men just walk away from the community." Thank you very much.
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
The Clue channel in the building with $5 super chat. He says, "If there is a real ninja and a realist ninja, how come the realer ninja isn't a thing?" I motion to say a realer that should be in the lexicon. I motion that.
Well, I think it is a thing. It's just extremely rare.
Okay. Big Boss Real Talk in the building says, FYI, Big Boss Big Boss is the realest ninja. Real talk. Shut up. Also,
I really think that could be a movie.
The realest ninja. Possibly. Black Wealth and Power in here with another one says, "And what does I'm that ninja mean?"
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
Like the brother was saying, I'm that dude.
You know something? I think if they do a new Wakanda movie, that's how you get people in the seats.
What do you mean?
I mean, could you imagine a scene where, I don't know, let's say if they have, I guess the girl is the king now, and she has to come against somebody, and it's a dude, and he says, "See, your problem is you ain't never had to deal with a real nigga." Are you not going to go see that movie?
No.
I mean, that was kind of like the subtext between Killmonger and
I was just about to say that. That's what Killmonger came in there and told them in the damn throne room. He was y'all. I'm a real nigga. Because if y'all was real niggas, y'all would be helping all the other niggas.
Hey, I was rooting for
while y'all in here living high on the hog, and y'all got everybody starving.
Hey, I was rooting for Killmonger in that, bro. I
was rooting for Killmonger, but I wouldn't classify him as a nigga, nor would he classify himself. Like, you know, he went to MIT and you know he's done stuff.
I don't know, man. I don't know, bro. Like you do have guys who are intellectual, who, you know what I'm saying, that do, you know, because we know we use this amongst ourselves. They could refer to themselves as niggas. You're like, let's be real with it, man. People do. I don't know, man. People do, man.
Like Neil deGrasse nigga, like Ben nigga, like Robert nigga, like who, like who's doing that? Who's the intellectual? I'm curious.
Yeah, I've never seen like a Glenn Laurie or a McWhorter show where they're referring to each other as niggas.
No, of course, because you're not supposed to do that. See, this the thing is, rappers have made nigga to be an outside, made it to be everybody thing. but we do know I mean, you don't think that Nick and Giovanni, you don't think that any of you don't think that any of the freaking intellectuals of the day or even today and wow themselves talk and say nigga to each other. We all know that. That's never going to go away. That's never going that nigga respectability. That's why I'll never go away. You can't never dead the word nigga. You just can't. Don't. That's the point blank.
No, but what I'm saying is which nigga, which highly
I listen. I can't say exactly, but what I can't say everybody. I'm just saying. Do you think it's probable, right, that people of highbrow society that are black use the word nigga in reference to themselves and to other people? People have made it. Maybe like I said, not in a public setting, in a private setting. Do you believe that's possible?
Okay, well, let's put it like this: Killmonger didn't, and Ryan Coogler, who probably also don't call himself a nigga, he didn't write that into the script. He didn't say he was a real nigga.
I mean, factually, you're correct, but again, I said the subtext, right? The subtext.
I think we're associating Killmonger with that because T'Challa, he was the one who acted in a more dignified, Morgan Freeman type of way. Like he was I'm using air quotes. T'Challa acted like the dignified Negro.
T'Challa was the real nigga.
Okay. Well, okay.
Think about it for a second.
Hold on, let me finish my point. Hold on, wait. Let me finish my point. Like we're applying that to Killmonger, probably unfairly, like you're pointing out, because one, he was from the streets of Oakland. What'd you say?
I said
there's more attributes. He's from the streets of Oakland, if I'm mistaken. Father got killed. So he grew up. Grew up without a father in the hood, and his whole persona and his swag and how he walked, how he talked, he acted, sort of like a street dude. But however, you did point out that he don't accomplish all that he's accomplished and have a plan from the time he was a kid and execute that goal to perfection to take over the crown in Wakanda, unless he's an intelligent man. But he still kind of operated in it was a certain street swag about him, and that's part of what people identify with too, more so than just, he was the one that was more in the right, which made it a great movie, by the way, when the protagonist is technically wrong and the antagonist, the villain is technically right. That's sort of what made it a good movie. But anyway,
here's why T'Challa is a real nigga and Killmonger isn't, according to Waka Flocka. Waka Flocka said, a real nigga don't treat women that way. Killmonger grabbed a bitch by the throat and said, when I tell your ass to do something, you do it. He killed bitches. He killed his own bitch. He sliced the bitch's throat, and Killmonger, or excuse me, T'Challa would never talk to a woman like that. He froze. He froze when he spoke. Mm-hmm. So if we talk about treatment of women determines your real nigginess, then I would say that according to Waka Flocka, T'Challa was the real nigga.
That's in that if you accept that being that definition of what a nigga could be.
That's what I say.
There's many different definitions. Somebody could be a real nigga because they down for their people.
Well, that's the thing.
So which one trumps which? Does a real B trump a real nigga?
Well, a real bitch, if she's black, she would be technically a real nigga at the same, but she's just female because again, bitch is just used as a word for
there's a such thing as a nigga B.
A nigga bitch, of course, you got that too. Obviously, that's in a racist context. But that's in a racist context. Usually you don't hear a black man call a black female that he's mad at a nigga bitch. That's usually a racist term, but he will call her a bitch. But she's also a nigga at the same time, right? So I mean, come on, let's just be real with it. We could talk all day about it. I mean,
I have a question for you because you were stating that it was the same. It could be used in the same connotation as man, and so in my crazy mind, I just had a question for you. Then, does the scene change in Endgame if Falcon comes out and he says, "On your left, nigga"? Does it change then?
It does, yeah.
How?
That would have been that
because it's supposed to be. It's
not.
the same thing as him saying, "I'm on your left, man." What's the difference?
Well, if he would have said it, to
it wouldn't
Machine,
been. It wouldn't have been a difference. You know, it wouldn't have been. Honestly, depending on it just depends on the context of, you know, again, black people will say that if they're that comfortable with each other. You know, black people say that to each other. Even they say it to non-black people. You know what I'm saying? You can actually, that's why you have, like, you know, that's why some people say, hey, you know, hey, you could have a white dude, a Spanish dude, and I don't have any. I grew up with black people. Yeah, I'm not being racist, or, you know, blah blah blah.
So Captain America. So Captain America could have said, "That's my nigga."
Well, they might have lost a couple of sales on that one.
He came to the portal, Captain America, and like when he came to help him out, give us a backup, came to the portal, Captain America, like, my nigga, he could have did that.
Yeah,
that would have been all okay.
Hey, listen, you know, I don't believe in that. You know what I'm saying? Again, but we do want, but let's not fake that we know that black people use as a term of endearment and as a negative term, and also as a negative term as well. You know what I'm saying? You know, as well, in both cases, right? But generally, it's not having. Sometimes it can have a racial aspect to it. That black nigga, you know what I mean? That black ass nigga, so on and so forth, right? It could be all, you know, how all the different various ways that it could be used, right? And of course, the only problem with it now that what black people using is because it's uncomfortable for white people to use. You know, because nobody had no problem with black people calling each other's niggas. It's been going on since slavery.
I tell you this,
niggas are simple.
If Anthony Mackie uses the NIGGA, people are gonna be like, "Yo, Captain America, a real nigga now."
Well, I mean, I think the reason why it's getting so much pushback in the case of Waka Flocka is because it really don't have any meaning, because it could mean anything. Like, if something means anything, then it means nothing. You know, so I think that's why people are pushing back, because he's using words that don't mean nothing.
It does in the context of, listen. Now here's the thing. We know I'm sure that Fresh and Fit, because I've seen them do it 1,001 times. Say nigga, whether it's in an all black audience or it's mixed company with Latin people, white people. You know what I mean? They let Hispanics say. It used to be in the day, like, I'm a Gen Xer. I'm a lower end of the Gen Xers, and that's something like we didn't accept our white friends and Hispanic friends using the word nigga. But now that generation, people in their 30s, millennials and Gen Zs, they don't look at it. They're comfortable with other people saying the word nigga as well. So now it's lost any type of racial, you know, I'm
not really talking about the racial meaning. I'm talking about in general, like it.
Again, so in general, yeah, right. So Fresh and Fit use the word nigga.
What we're saying is that it didn't have any meaning in the sense that Waka Flocka was saying. Okay, for example, he was saying that, you know, I'm a real nigga, and we don't call women names, or we don't talk about women that way. But Fresh could, or Myron could reply with, I'm a real nigga because I keep it real to women. Like, it really, like, anybody could say,
it could. I agree with you.
Context in any way, so it meant nothing. That's what we're getting at.
Well, it did mean something. It didn't mean nothing. It wasn't like he was talking gibberish. It meant something, but it didn't have like a racial context at that point in time.
The race aside, we could throw the race thing out, you know, of that. Race aside, it didn't mean anything, because it could mean everything.
No, it did. It meant I'm a different man than you. That's exactly. What it meant.
Everybody's.
That's what it meant.
Everyone.
Yeah, that's
I'm
what
sorry.
He meant it like that. Like, as a real man, he could have said that. He could have said, as a real man, I'll never yell at a woman and da 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 da. But he just said the N-word because it's Waka Flocka.
On the fly. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't mean it. So, for example, I could say, Bernard, I'm a real man because I shave. You know, and Bernard back with like, oh, I'm a real man because I can grow a beard. Like it. So the whole real man thing, it on either way, it doesn't mean anything. It's not defined.
And guess what? Some people actually feel that way. Some people, guys with beards, feel that way. You know what I mean? I wouldn't shave because that to me is too close to a female. If I had a choice, I wouldn't do it. That's just it's opinion, but it does have meaning. You know what I mean? It's not that it doesn't have meaning. It did have meaning. To say it had no meaning as if it just had no context whatsoever. It was just like Jim. He could have said blah 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 blah, and it didn't mean anything. No, it had meaning. It had a point. If the point was made, you know what I mean. That I'm realer than you because I don't do now. Now, do if you that's his opinion. We don't, and that's what opinions are. Like they're assholes. Everyone has one. Now what's one's right or wrong or whatever. That's up to the person to take it in.
I had a quick sidebar. I don't know if you was about to say something, Bernard, but I had a quick sidebar according to something SKC said.
Okay, go ahead. That's the person at the bottom talking?
Yes, that's Wody. That's Wody.
Oh, wait, hold on. You got some pretty cool technology going on. When you talk,
I use OBS. Yeah, I use OBS,
what?
and then I use the virtual camera as my camera instead of a regular camera. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah,
I do a little light messing around too, but you know what I mean? I'm not consistent enough to utilize all this pretty stuff on YouTube, but maybe one day people will find me because I'm creative.
I was trying to figure out. Yeah, I mean,
you're real creative.
Thank you, bro. Yeah, I draw. That's how I kind of utilize the little talent I have that God gave me. You know what I mean? Or Yahweh, whoever,
Go ahead.
And as far as I know SKC early in the conversation, SKC said that they should have a movie called Real Nigga, right?
No, I think it was The Realest Nigga.
The Realest Nigga. Unfortunately,
like
there is no movie like that. I guess they wouldn't go that far, but in the rap scene, of course, there's definitely many songs like that. And one song that came to mind that made me go put it in YouTube, Real Nigga, was this song by BG, which was like 2005, 2006. Of course, the whole name of the song is Real Nigga. Then I went and put it in YouTube to see, well, how many more songs can I find with the title Real Nigga? Then we have 21 Savage, Real Nigga, EBK, Real Nigga, T Grizzly, Real, Boosie Badass, Cookie Money, Yo Gotti, all titled Real Nigga, Troy Ave, Overtime. Oh no, that's a different one. But so on and so forth. So definitely real niggas, Notorious Big, B.I.G., Lil Kim. You know what I'm saying? So on and so forth. Yeah. So definitely this I think the movie that'll be the next logical step in this real nigga debate.
Hey, I need X's voice on there. The realest nigga.
Mm-hmm.
Where you from, brother?
I'm originally from the Bronx, born in the Bronx. I live in Jersey right now, but was raised down south in New Orleans.
Okay, that's what's up. Because I couldn't place the accent.
And for also to what's also you just reminded me to something earlier that Jack said concerning the Atlanta New York transplants to Atlanta. This is, I did type it in the chat as something that I noticed with the New York accent and California accent. Some people find it easy to decipher or where you're from by certain words you use, like people from Baltimore, the way that they say you, dude, what up, you know what I mean? It's very decipherable. Yeah, YouTube, so on and so forth. Now, what I've noticed with New Yorkers, men and women, is specifically when they have a job working around other diverse people, they know how to code switch very well, and that New York accent almost is indecipherable, right? Except when they're amongst their peers. So in my personal purview, right? New Yorkers, even though they may use some very colorful language, they do know how to speak properly. You know what I'm saying? So transplant them anywhere. Like even when I moved down south from New York, people told me I talk funny or I talk too proper. But overall, talk to another New Yorker, they think, we kind of hood, we kind of raunchy, ghetto, so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let me get to the most recent super chats. Pull up the most recent one, wherever it may be. I guess I'll start with that. I was going to work my way down to that one, but we could definitely start with the $50 super chat. Shout out to Ty Lawson, came through dropping $50 on it. Killmonger was the real true MVP. T'Challa led African people to be colonized. Yeah, well, okay, that's going back to Shaka. T'Challa was only in power for a small percentage of time. That's T'Chaka and all the previous kings of Wakanda, to get the chronology right. But yeah, that was a slight issue. That was a slight issue. I mean, they had their reasons, but most black people walked away thinking like, nah, yeah, I was supposed to, y'all supposed to do more for other people. But they put that debate, that conversation, that plot thread into the movie because it's kind of unescapable. Like y'all the most wealthy, richest, powerful country on earth, and then people like right on the border starving.
I mean, to that point,
because that's how we think. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the $50 super chat. But that's how we think as black people. Like we all black, everybody black, all our mamas black. So we all one big race. So that's our brother over there starving in the bordering country of like, you know. So yeah. Anyway,
but Mr. Bernard, just too, and I'm probably sure you've seen it as well. When it comes to racial issues, especially now, like people.
Wait, hold on, real quick, Aaron. Bring that $50 one back up because I do got to finish reading it. But go ahead, brother. At the bottom, go ahead.
Yeah, the way that people segment themselves as it comes to, you know, black issues, like a lot of people believe Africans don't like black Americans because the way that Africans would say that Americans are lazy or Caribbean, so on and so forth, right? So even like hearing somebody who's African, I've seen it with my own eyes, to be like, yeah, you niggas, you niggas, this, that, and the third. American blacks look at that as like, yo, Africans are racist or Caribbeans are racist, or they don't consider themselves black because they come from, you know what I mean, other places, and they kind of try to segment themselves. So even different cultures of black people have, you know, so to speak, like their own. The words escape me right now, but yeah, I mean, just basically speaking on Africans, blacks, non-black Americans, you know what I mean, see other blacks from in some cases from other countries is not really being authentically black or really being niggas. And hearing somebody saying nigga from another of those countries, it kind of offends them.
All right. I mean, shout out, well, real quick, let me finish reading this one. Shout out to Ty Lawson. He says Killmonger was a real true MVP. T'Challa led African people, left African people to be colonized. He even brought a secret agent to their land and let the guy who killed his right hand go also. The challenge grounds he lost. He basically stole the herb in the end.
Sure.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. I heard somebody make a good argument how the challenge wasn't legitimately over because he never yielded and he was never killed, and it's not exactly the rule that if
nobody
he
is
never
allowed to
killed.
interfere.
Yep. Okay. Giving them the herb is interfering. Okay, they cheated. Okay. I can't even talk. Can't even talk about
even
that.
Before that, what's his name? Forrest Whitaker. You know, like Killmonger was about to chop him to death, and then Forrest Whitaker stopped him.
Yeah. No, they cheated through and through. I mean, again, that's part of what made the good movie. The villain wasn't wrong, and he won fair and square. It's like that. So that's part of what made it a good movie. But yeah, that secret agent that he brought in, that shot it was a white dude that shot the planes down that was going to give the weapons to liberate the people. It was so much nitpicky stuff wrong that I don't know. Yeah. It was so much nitpicky stuff that you could talk about there. But Spoon Zaza in the building with a $2 super chat. Appreciate that. He says, "Can you be a neutral ninja if you're not real or fake?" Yes, absolutely.
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
I approve that message. Shout out to all the neutral ninjas. Go on to the next one. Big Boss Real Talk says Donald J. Trump is a real ninja now. Real talk. Absolutely. Hoop Jargon Media Network in the building. Shout out to him for the $5 super chat. He says, as a member of the Alpha Phi Alpha, I've seen the most respected black men in professional black society use nigga with no regard in private settings. I'm just saying, absolutely 100%. Absolutely 100%. We all know that. And black folks be like that. We all speak a little different depending on where we at. I think we do that on autopilot. I remember the first time somebody gave me it was a basketball coach that gave me a speech about that because we was on the road somewhere. We stopped. We traveled like 2 hours. We stopped at like a McDonald's and we was just in there just nigga. Every word we was like 13. Every word that came out our mouth, nigga. And then he set us down on the bus and explained how we looked walking in there. And nothing but white people in there, and we just sounding, like the ignorant niggas they thought we was. And then that was when I realized that, okay, in certain settings you talk a little different. But
Hey, yo, but no, did your coach get y'all on the bus? Be like, yo, you little niggas ain't gonna embarrass me in front of white folks.
yeah. No, he didn't do that, but that would have been funny. But Big Boss Real Talk says, shout out to Killmonger, a real ninja from Oakland, California. Like Big Boss, Oakland forever. Real talk. Okay, you and Game Changer from the same area. And shout out to Snuggles in the building says, can you people explain what is the meaning of the holy shit? You just gonna reset the whole conversation? Yeah, I mean, well, no, Snuggles is a bear. Snuggles is a bear. That's what. So you people is in proper context. So let's give Snuggles a pass. Okay, can you people explain? I'll bring it back up. Bring it back up. Oh, Ed, damn it, Ed down in the back. Let me get Ed up here real quick before I read that one. All right, bring Snuggles back up real quick. Can you people explain what is the meaning of the N-word, and can you explain what does it mean for something to be a term of endearment, please?
Is he being funny?
I don't know. Well, I do.
Yesterday, I mean, hey, Super Chat, come on, man. If you don't know why you see it,
Snuggles, I do believe is a foreigner. So in real life, not the bear persona, but I think in real life is the Snuggles is a foreigner. So perhaps.
Look up
can
the
you
word
explain
endearment.
Can you explain what the meaning of the N-word and come on now.
I mean, the word as I was
as
when I first came on, right? The word nigga is just initially it was I forgot the term that I'm trying to use, but it's a bastardized version of what, because remember the Portuguese were 1619, right? They were selling us, the Spanish and the Portuguese were the first Europeans in the slave trade. Obviously, they got it from the Arabs, right? So you got to look at their word for black. And the word for black is obviously comes from Latin. The Latin word for black, right? And it all means that fits the word. Even the root word of Nigeria is Niger. You know what I'm saying? It all means black at the end of the day. That's why I don't. And when people give me, should we be Negroes or should we be black people? You saying the same thing at the end of the day. You're saying the same thing.
Honestly, man, y'all want to answer that too. I don't even feel like.
Yeah, we don't got to deal with that. Hold on, real quick.
Honestly,
hold on, wait, real quick.
That's actually a lot. It ain't no simple answer to that, because it's like the original term. So there's the R-E-R and there's the nigga. But just because a white man don't get to say nigga as quiet as it's kept, these fucking Latins need to stop saying it. The bitches included. Because I don't let no Latin bitch say that shit in front of me. And a lot of you niggas, New York and LA, especially LA, y'all need to stop letting them do that. There's a lot of shit that goes along with that. You could have a whole goddamn series on the use of the word nigga and do 3-hour panels times 10. And really have a lot of information on it.
And Ed, if you could do something, hold on, real quick, Ed, if it's something you could do to your mic, because it sounds like kind of muffled and far away, and
okay, this one is funny. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, I guess that's a little better.
We're gonna deal with it. But the point is, you can do 3 panels times 3 hours.
Real quick, RM, was that the last one or no? Or just click it off the screen if it was the last one, or bring up the next one. I don't know if it was another super chat. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Go ahead. Ed. What you got?
No, it ain't gonna be a long soliloquy. I kind of used up the time credit card yesterday, but I'll say this. First thing, and this is not going to somebody. I'm just saying, all opinions are not valid, and they're just not. And even with like what I said yesterday, I stand by what I said yesterday. But I can understand why people want to invalidate that, although they did, argue it. So everybody don't have to accept everybody's opinion, and people gonna have to accept that. The thing with black people is we tend to want to say because it's opinion that means it's valid. Not really. And when it comes to the real nigga shit don't build shit. And it's kind of like everybody want to be a real nigga until it's time to be a real nigga. Meaning when the economics ain't working, when people are down bad, then people tend to put that shit aside. So I always see that as like an outgrowth of the gynocracy. As far as what Waka said, Waka's a goofy. Waka's a goofy. And then that's really the start and the end. The crap he said about his sister, I'm like, really, dude? Like, really? You know, like his sister can fight most. I mean, that told me right there. Okay, this nigga. I don't give a fuck if that bitch is 300 pounds. I don't care. Well, I mean the car sister.
Yeah, I didn't even play that part, but he referring to when they was talking about a woman having the men are superior to women physically, and they was talking, and then the chick was denying it, and then Myron said something about it's okay, so can the average woman beat up the average man or something like that, and then Waka Flocka did come in with something like, man, my sister. Oh, you know, they was having a roundabout conversation about men fighting women. He was like, man, my sister they can handle most dudes. Or something like that.
Well, I mean, and here's the thing.
Even if
This is
that's
a
true, she's an exceptional, and the question was average. My bad, Ed.
Yeah. Or something
well, yeah, but the truth is, even the exceptional ones, like Andrew Tate said. Now, I don't know, especially the black community. This is where I start getting on the edge when people be saying like 12-year-old boys. Because Myron has said that too. Like 12-year-old boys and 13-year-old boys can whoop on like it depends. That it gets more dicey, and it because you can have a LeBron James or Bronny James type. You see what I'm saying? That gets more dicey. Doesn't in that age, but the reality is once you get 18, you get 25. The reality is ain't none of y'all betting on the chick. If you don't got a lot of information except like weight class, weight, this, you're gonna bet on the dude. Dudes do not put their hands on women. Most dudes don't even know how to fight a chick because we're told to not fight a chick. So dudes either go fully automatic or they tend to not. They do something to where it don't even mean nothing at all. So any chick that said like shout out to Remy Ma. Remy Ma looks like she could beat the brakes off of most chicks. Yo, if a dude really needs to handle her, I don't care. She's gonna shoot somebody because she will get handled. And Remy Ma ain't no small chick. But the reality is, when a dude puts their full power, look, I'm not a strong dude myself. I'm not a strong dude. I'm 5'5". But even with me, if I put my full, even half of my power on a chick, please. And I'm gonna tell you how I know. I've been in a situation where a chick grabbed me, and and basically I pulled her arm to me. And the way she came to me, I was actually kind of scared because I thought, damn, I might have yanked her goddamn arm off. And no, I'm not a strong nigga. I'm not a Charles Faulkner. I ain't been working out. I need to work to get my stuff together. I'm nowhere near as strong as what I used to be. And at my apex, I'm not like somebody I would present you know what I'm saying? And that's even me. So my point is a lot, like when it comes to women, they even the ones that are big, they think they can hit because they can beat up on chicks. But but dude actually really, I ain't talking about in the face. They feel that. And that's why they always want to run. And a chick like, and shout out to Remy Ma, I'm just giving an example. A chick like Remy Ma might not call the cops. What she gonna do is call other men. So now you fighting like 5 dudes that are goons. Because even though you'll have a Waka Flocka that talk that crap, if he get a phone call and his sister over embellishes what happened, he's still gonna move. That's a female. He be one of the main ones saying that. That's a female. Oh, I thought she could handle most dudes. So he talking shit. Remember, a lot of black on black crime happens off the word of a chick lying.
Exactly.
So but at the end of the day, here's the thing. It's on Fresh and Fit. Well, true.
Uh-oh.
You lost him.
What happened?
It's a shame. In a way, I understand what Ed was saying as far as like the young lady tried him because I'm a man of a similar lived experience, and I guess them girls, if they were beating up guys in high school and middle school, they were able to beat up boys around that age group back then. I think they take that into their adult life, think they can still manhandle men. I don't know, or maybe they just that crazy in the mind. But
well,
yeah.
we all know it, man. Especially you've been in the black community or some say the community or whatever, right? We all know that in our community and just in general in the United States, right? Women feel like they can put their hands on guys because they know that all the laws are against us. It could be used against us at any given time. In fact, a lot of them goat men to hit them so they can use the law against them, right? So it is what it is. We all know what was going down. Now, as far as my history breakdown of the word nigga that's not an opinion. That's real. I don't know if he was talking about that or not. That's not opinion. That's fact. You can look it up and research that all day long. That's where the word nigga came from. Okay. So now, but I am in agreement. I don't think that's a term that, and me personally, that I feel that other groups of people who are not, some people say ADOS, freedmen, those who are from chattel slavery should use, because they weren't using that word for all black people. Myron makes because he's been checked about it. He brings up the point. Well, if I was in here in the 1950s, I would be called I'll be called a nigga just like y'all because I would have suffered segregation, and that's not true. There's a big thing. Muhammad Ali talks about how Africans were treated differently in the South from the regular Black Americans, as well as all throughout Africa. They don't use the word. They have kafir. They have all these other different terms, but they never use nigga as their way of referring to in a derogatory form to blacks that were in colonization in Africa. That's a very unique urban. That's an American term, uniquely American. So. But nonetheless, because blacks come over here and they get assimilated to black culture because we are the ones who identify culture. I mean, when you got people talking about woke stuff and bling bling out, in the media, white people, I mean, that's how much we have an influence on the lexicon in America and the culture in America. And so those different groups, they gravitate to it. But no, I don't agree with it at all. But that's how it's used. And that's how even is, like I said, Fresh and Fit, they refer to themselves as niggas. They say nigga all the time. And it's weird when they say it. You know what I'm saying? You could tell that they from somewhere else.
Well, again, I think that partially goes back to the point you'll hear other people, especially who are detractors of Fresh and Fit, the way that they use the word. And a lot of people you will catch somebody say they're not even from here. They immigrants. They ain't really black. They may not say they not really niggas. They may like they ain't really black because they're foreigners, right? Especially Myron, like now he Arab. He ain't even really black like that. And Fresh because he from the Caribbean. And we've heard, like I said, I used the example earlier. You have some Caribbeans be like, nah, I'm not black. I'm Jamaican. I'm not black. I'm Bayesian, so on and so forth. Because even those people sometimes you'll catch them isolating themselves. I had a Jamaican girlfriend. I guess I made the mistake of saying like, yo, we black. And she's like, I'm not black. I'm Jamaican and Indian. But she looked just like she the same complexion as me.
Shit more than we are. But I get what you're saying. Yeah, I've dated Jamaican women. They try to pull that shit too. And trust me, Jamaica, look, man, there'd be a lot of these, we think we effed up. There'd be a lot of groups that are more effed up than we are too. They just sometimes get better about hiding it. But Jamaicans are not as good about hiding it. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on that island. The diaspora tends to be a little bit better, once they get off. But no, you're right. You're speaking facts on a lot of stuff you're saying. The issue is Black African Americans do not think in tribalism. We don't. Other groups do. And they play this double game. This game where they come over here. Because even that culture stuff they use, that's an excuse. That's an excuse. And we see it when the people don't look like us a lot more vividly than when we see it when it looks like us. And the ADOS FBA movement, and people would sometimes go a little bit overboard with that. But overall, it is designed to correct that issue within ourselves. It's really a self-accountability tool, because even the reason why I gravitate towards ADOS is because we have certain issues that are unique to us that we need to correct in order to make us more competitive as a group. It's to say, and I believe in, like, if a Black woman does something and she's not ADOS, like, I make it clear that woman that had Ryan Coogler that had him hemmed up, that was a Jamaican woman. I make it clear. Nicki Minaj is Caribbean. So is Rihanna. So when they say goofy stuff about Malcolm X and stuff, I make it clear if they not African American, I don't believe in just roping black women. They got more than enough crap they do to rope in extra stuff. And same thing with dudes. When they
Wait, you
try to
said
say
wait,
Joel
hold on,
Embiid,
wait. You said Malcolm X?
when Rihanna has a thing with like Martin Luther King's teeth is gold. That's
Oh,
on her Twitter. And then she said disrespectful stuff about Malcolm X. And Nicki Minaj has done that a couple of times too.
oh,
Yeah,
okay.
so
And they
when situations like that happen, I believe in identifying, is this an African American or is this an ADOS? Please, African American women got more than enough stuff we talk about all the time. Same thing with black dudes. They want to come at black men about dating white women. A lot of times when they put up somebody dating a white woman, they don't even be African American. Like Joel Embiid or they be half black. Now I ain't talking about mixed. They be like non-ADOS. And it's kind of like, nah, we gonna put the proper stuff in the proper situation. And they don't like that because they get isolated. So now they start telling on themselves. This is what happened with Busta Rhymes. This is what's been happening with Fat Joe. They start saying stupid stuff. And I see that as a positive on our end because we only have limited resources. We need to put them where they put them. Here's the other part to it though. When
a
people
lot of
talk
black
about
conservatives are also non ADOS. I say freemen, but yeah, they're non freemen as well.
yeah, but a lot of them are. Because even amongst the conservatives, there's different. Like for instance, everybody like this channel is not Bernard, you'll say what your channel is, but but the conservatives on this channel is black or African American.
Yeah.
All of them. So but yes, you're right. A lot of that rah-rah stuff.
Me and Hood Conservative actually did some content on that on the Saturday show that I do with him. This was a little while ago. We was basically laying out that there is a lot of black politicians that are not ADOS or freedmen or whatever we calling them. And it's funny because they were speaking against reparations and a lot of stuff that that's the typical fight that black people are fighting for. They were speaking against a lot of that, and we was looking at the whole how the political landscape is changing. Now, they come over here as immigrants, and rather they give them more opportunities or work harder. Either way it go, the face of black politicians is gradually changing to where it's going to be a bunch of immigrants who are basically the face and representatives of black people politically, but don't give a shit down or a fuck about anything that
that's our fault. That's
black
our
American.
fault.
And you're right. And you're absolutely right.
That's our fault. Yeah,
You're
that's
right.
our fault.
And it's on the liberal side as well.
But that's our fault. Well, number one, they're playing a classism game. They're playing a different game. And that's true for the Democrat. I want to be clear here. What's that chick? That chick in Minnesota. You know what I'm talking about? The Somali.
Ilhan Omar.
Yeah, so that's already like that on the Dems. So people would say, see, that's what happens when y'all vote for Republican. No. That's actually almost already there on the Dem side.
Yes,
What's going to happen is the Republicans will start looking at that and saying, okay, this is a way to get people we can more control unless they fully on the Republican team, which there's a lot of African Americans that are. So but that's already pretty much on the Democrat side and it's going that way. And again, that issue is because we're not united. We're not united because you got people on some BS. You got the women wanting to do their own stuff, and then you got dudes that want to play what I call the real nigga game, where they want to back up the women. Because most niggas that say they real niggas, that tells me, okay, you backing up the gynocracy. That's what you a Mr. Smith for the gynocracy.
Well,
that's what that is. When I hear it, you look at
Waka use the term. When did Waka just use that term? No, he's like when it was in reference to what Myron said about women. He was coming to the defense of women and called himself a real nigga. You see? So you are correct there, sir. In some ways, your analogy does stand on some type of legs.
Exactly. But again, Myron looked at stuff from a class standpoint because of his where he comes from, being that Sudanese. So it's always depending on what he say, because even him and like Fresh are slightly different. So it's always these dynamics. But at the end of the day, man, the most important thing when people want to talk about Pearl, they want to talk about Adam 22, they want to talk about Myron. Because you really can't blame the black manosphere for Myron and Fresh,
No,
truth be
you
told.
can't.
But
You can't.
but whatever is that because Lord knows that's a test case of when people did try to knock them off. When Albert Myron and them came closer than any of them other folks to being knocked off, fresh and fit, because of the Auburn preach situation. And when O'Shea said he wasn't a part of the black manosphere, remember that? Low key kicked them out, and nobody really came to their defense like that. Kind of obsidian, but not really. And Donovan Sharp was already gone. Look at what happened. They bounced back. So this idea that we're king, I just want to say this real quick. You can't say we're irrelevant, but then say we're kingmakers at the same time. It's one or the other. Either we can make these people hot and popular, and it's our fault, and that means we're the most relevant, or y'all just bullshitting and we not relevant. Y'all just bullshitting with this kingmaker shit. You can't say Pearl came up because of Black Manosphere, but at the same time, you're the Winosphere and you're irrelevant. Both of those things can't occupy the same space. Do y'all agree? Y'all think I'm bullshitting with that?
No, I agree.
Completely agree.
100%.
Completely
I
agree.
don't know if you watched my opening monologue.
All right, but yeah,
the reason, but hold on, but the reason that I decided to cover that, because I've been, Jason Black been talking shit about the manosphere, and I've historically laid off of it. I'll speak on it in the middle of a live stream here and there, but I never put in his name and face, or the image, the representative of his face in the title, in the thumbnail. I decided I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna let Jason Black rock, because when you listen to his show, it's a lot of good content, a lot of good information over there. But I just was like, whatever. But I did get tired of, like, when I heard him trying to blame us, and when I say blame, I don't even know if I even mean that negatively. It's the fact that it's inaccurate. It's extremely inaccurate to try to portray it as if we anointed Pearly things. Like we didn't even have control. Like, we supported Kevin Samuels on the way up, but we couldn't make 2,000 people come and watch his live stream. Because I remember when he first started. I remember when he first started blowing up, and I mean he was on my show, and he was like, "Man, I don't know what's going on." My last 3 live streams, they're like an anomaly, because he had like a regular, he had like 1,300 people in there. Like, he had went from having anywhere from 300 to 500 people, to having 1,300 people in there. And he was like, "Man, I don't know what's going on. It's like an anomaly, but I'm about to ride the wave."
Samuel sub, but since he had like 40,000 subs, he was talking about sales of cologne. And so I remember that, and I remember it's when he got to 80. So it was 80 is when he first started talking to women. That's when he made the switch. So people forget he got to 80 before he ever started talking to women. That's pre-COVID. And even like in 17, he was at 40. Huh?
It was about 50,000 before he started consistently talking to women. He had 50,000 when he started, slowly changing the format of his show.
All right. Well, I mean, like the way he had it, though. The way he had it, like 80, where that 80 was there. He was about 80, and then he got and I'm gonna tell you, it's another thing. Average at best is still his top video. Which is funny. That's funny, boy. I tell you, that chick probably regret that shit. But anyway, even after that, even though he dead, that shit still. But anyway, he was at 120 then. And but he was still he was on the momentum the whole time. But after that, he had went on World Star before once. But that's where he stayed on World Star. And that's when folks started covering his videos for reactions outside of the niche. You got people that they got reaction channels outside of just like the relationship phase. And I'm talking about women, they would just cover it for the controversy, if nothing else, and not even like give commentary on it like that. And that's when he really started to blow. So I remember the points, and people forget that. All these people to be gaslighting him because they found him in different times when he was already a big deal, versus people seeing him on the come up. And that's why I get mad at some of these dudes constantly talking about, Kevin, talking about like as if they knew him from the start. I'm like, nah. And I'm not saying you can't say shit, but I'm like, some of y'all are milking him a little bit too much, man. And that to me, that's disrespectful. But that's just me. That's just my opinion. I will leave that under my opinion. But Melody King. Yeah, I was Kevin Samuels was a personal friend of mine. Get the fuck out of here, man. Like, Like, how long did you really know that motherfucker? Like, for real. But anyway.
Hey, Kevin could have came at her, bro.
What you say?
we don't know because I would have came at her. If I was Kevin, I would have came at
That
her.
don't mean she's a person.
Came
That
at
don't
who?
mean she's a personal friend.
Melanie King.
So, but granted,
Hold on,
but
wait,
I
time
will
out,
say
time out.
this:
Hold on, I missed something. He could have came at Melanie King for what? What you talking about?
I don't know, man. I'm saying he
The
could have,
fuck?
you know what I'm saying? He could have split games to her or something. I don't know,
yeah,
man.
exactly. I mean, come on, man.
hold
You
on,
knew
wait a
exactly what he
minute.
was saying when he said it.
No, seriously, no. That I don't know. In my lingo here in Michigan, he could have came at her.
I'm from Michigan too, man. You
Okay,
remember?
but
We both from Michigan.
Okay, coming at somebody.
I'm from Chicago, so I mean, I know you come from somebody. You can't.
Wait a minute. One at a time. Coming at somebody mean you coming at them like in some type of aggression, like I got beat.
Not a girl.
That's
It's
not a female.
It's a double meaning, Bernard. You're not wrong.
female.
It's a double meaning. You're not wrong. Because
Yeah,
if
you're
white
right.
boy be like,
If you
come at
come-
me, bro.
look, if you
Hold up.
say,
I'll give you the
okay,
perfect
yo.
example. White boy be like, come at me, bro. Come at me, bro.
Yeah.
You
It's a double meaning.
Yeah,
Right, but
okay, that's cool. Hey, look, man. Look, some of the shit these young motherfuckers be saying, I'm not gonna lie. If you ever see me not say a lot, then that means I don't know what the fuck they talking about. And I'm trying to figure it out with the lingo.
I mean, just
something-
like with Cap. Cap used to be when you was capping on somebody, you was talking about somebody, right? But now they made that to mean no lie. You know what I'm saying? So it is
so
what
no,
it is.
it's
But
cool, it's cool. But yeah, so Melanie, the reason I even brought that up, and I'm cool with Melanie King, but she got chameleon tendencies, and it is what it is. She's more useful than she's not. But as
I
far
feel all
as
about her.
and Melanie was another one that everybody used to say we anointed. No, man, you saw what
she had a 100K before I found out about her. Pearly Things had like 500K before I actually clicked on her. Like I think I was seeing some of her shorts or just seeing stuff popping up around, but before I ever like actually typed in her name or clicked on her icon to actually go to her channel to look, she already had 500,000.
you know, she was a guest. She was
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, bro. She was actually a guest on after hours guest on Fresh and Fit.
I heard about
I saw that
after the fact. It's very possible that I saw her on there, but just didn't know.
I saw it.
I need to that white boy ain't trying to help.
Damn. Hold on. I was saying I probably either saw her on there, but just didn't know or didn't care who she was, or didn't bother to even look it up. Like before, I'm talking about the first time I knowingly saw her and was consciously aware that this is a YouTuber that does manosphere content regularly. She had 500K subs.
I first knew who she was with her fees. Who is it? Like, because people talk about whitest girl reacts. I had to go dig for that, and that was after the fact. I didn't know who that was. I didn't know what that was until the Hafiz situation. If y'all mad at Pearl was gonna blow anyway, but if y'all are mad at her, y'all need to blame Hafiz showing up like a goofy. Who's also not ADOS, by the way, so that's not our L. Showing up like a goofy, because that's really what got her in the black space like that, other than the UK situation.
Exactly.
But
I knew it before her fees.
Hold on, that's another thing too.
But hold on,
I 2 seconds. 2 seconds, yo. How come ain't nobody bringing up who go? Y'all want to talk shit about us? Fine. Why do I not hear not a single goddamn person saying nothing about nobody black female or black male on her damn show? Y'all ain't got no smoke for nobody that shows up on her show and validates her show. They not saying nothing about Melanie, about MTR, about any of them dudes that showed up. It's just all hitting. Yeah, that's bullshit.
Jason Black did on the show that he did, responding to her interview on Nick Fuentes, and he played the tape of MTR, Melanie, and whoever, I think, and he threw Lead Attorney in it, because I guess Lead Attorney, she came on Lead Attorney show. Basically, anybody who ever associated with her had to hold an L or whatever. But the only black people, like I said this in my little opening monologue yesterday, the only black people that actually looked up to her and thought of her in some really high esteem and helped elevate her on her way is the black people that she worked for. I mean, the black people that work for her, and the black people that's in London who come on her show and engage in those conversations. Those are the only black people that
She said out of her own mouth when she was talking about the second round with her fees. She said it right to TLA's face that TLA didn't help her. The only thing that she was saying it in a jokingly way, but TLA got serious for a second and said, the reason I didn't help you from a clout standpoint is because we talk about the same stuff at the time. That's what he said. He said the only thing that he did was he gave her some advice, and I think he gave her an early version of that course. And Kevin did the same thing. Now, I want you to understand something. Kevin had
She paid Kevin.
Shout out to Courtney. I ain't got no issue with Courtney. Kevin had Courtney co-host his show when he was doing 10,000 one time. Even Pink Book, Courtney and Pink Book had a beef for a second because Pink Book didn't like that shit and did a couple of videos about that. Because she didn't see how you got a single mother doing that because she a chameleon. And Courtney responded to that. Thought, you know, show your face, She did not like that. And it is what it is. So you want to talk about who Kevin is? That's who Kevin is. So this idea, Kevin did not do that for basically what people did with the white girl got a dap. Dudes dapped her up. You know how when Obama will hug people and he'll be all formal, he'll hug the black woman, be all formal with everybody else, maybe dap up a brother if he know the dude. That's what she got. She got a dap behind the scenes. She got the side chick treatment when it came, and she built her own stuff up. And so for you to make this argument, see, and this is how you know he hating, because he started going at Coach Greg Adams at first. So Jason's mad because Jason baked himself in the white supremacy niche, and he's marked, by YouTube. And to be fair, Tariq Nasheed has lost a hell of a lot of channels. Not as many as Tommy, not as many as Jap, I would not as many as Angry Man. I think those are like the top 3 dudes that lost the most channels that like really got big. But he has lost channels. And so you can do that content and still kind of grow. It's harder, but you can. But the thing is, he's hating. That's all he's doing. He's hating. He's like, if it don't go through me, it ain't valid. Fuck you. The reality is BGS got more information than Jason Black does. And BGS is more of a pro-black than Jason Black is. You're not the principal pro-black to ever walk the goddamn earth. So it's like that. And somebody listened to him for a long time, and you're right, he has a good information, and I'm not a hater, which is why I can say that. But as far as his personality, niggas don't like you because you're an asshole. And now you're starting to see how being an asshole can fuck you up from growing, and you're mad. The truth is, Lita Turney got more women to listen to him than men. That's his words. Black women. That's why Tasha K can't stand them, because black women actually like Lee. So it ain't no, we just all hate women. I mean, you got a lot of black women that listen to you, Bernard. I got I can count them on one hand. Shout out to y'all. So, I mean, this nigga want to be everything to everybody. And sorry, man, if you're not showing your face, the reality is you only gonna go so far with that shit. And that's not a shot. It just is what it is.
Well, I mean, Edward, just to throw it, even though I do understand your premise that you will get a lot more notoriety by being a face behind what you're saying. There are channels though that are very large that are faceless channels though too as well.
Which was
generally absolutely. You're right. And I've made that argument as well with people. Yeah, I mean, I can name you a couple, but it depends though. It depends. But when you're doing the type of stuff we're doing, especially with black people kind of want to see you. But perfect example, Pink Book is a perfect example.
So
nobody knows what she looks like.
They see you so they can judge you. They want to see you. Most people want to see you so they can judge. They can judge. Ergo, how you look. If you say I get women, well, to be like, oh, even though dudes is not necessarily gonna be like measuring up dudes, but look at you like, now you's an ugly ass dude, and you don't look like you got no swag, the way that you talk. I don't know if I could jack that.
Well, that is true. Women, most people would say that's fresh and fit though. Most people would say that's fresh and fit too. Exactly. So it gets, you're right, but it's a lot of gray area. You're right though.
What matters is, like, for example, if you're trying to be a life coach, you got to be more visible typically. But if you're just like Pink Book Lessons, she's just giving social commentary, and she got real good editing and graphics and the whole works. So just the overall presentation of her show is a show within itself. So if you're doing it like that, then no, nobody care what you look at. But if you're doing like live streaming, typically if you're doing live streaming, if you want to blow up and be really successful at it, typically you got to be on camera, and especially if you're doing anything that resembles some type of life coaching, you got to blow up, and I mean you got to be on camera. Typically that's how
too, Bernard, as you say that, it makes me think of other content creators, but not to go on a tangent on those that do. But I will use if y'all are familiar with Miss Michonne Denise, right, who does get criticism from other Black women because she's critical of behavior, right? Generally, anybody that is critical of niggerish or niggerish type behavior in the community, generally people will give you pushback or try to analyze your life or analyze the way that you look, because even though it's not necessarily life coaching in the terms that you're using it, you're being critical, you're being hypercritical of people. And a lot of people, especially if it reflects their life, they don't like it. You know what I mean? They don't like it. But Michonne Denise don't get on camera, but she's blowing up, right? Pink Book don't get on camera. She, again, like you used her as an example, but she was blowing up, so on and so forth. You know what I mean? So
yeah, right. I was
any criticism of Black folks, they want to see your face behind it.
I was about to abandon ship, then little big Nate hopped on board, so we'll stay for a little bit longer.
Just real quick, I'm out. Yeah, let y'all get some room. I just didn't want to go out with if the phone is taking me out. I want to go out on my own terms. But last thing too, man, you got a lot of good videos, like that interview with Crimson Cure, like the stuff you got on your link and stuff. Shit, you might as well re-upload that shit if that shit just got 2.3. You might as well have some of these videos where it's like, F it, I'm about to just re-upload it and see what happens. That I'll hire video if you don't want to go live, because that's a good video. That one with Crimson Cure you had linked up, and that was like, it only had 2.3.
Yeah,
2.3.
That was a clip from the live stream show. She's gotten a lot bigger since then. I mean, she was already big then, but she's gotten a lot bigger since then. So I'm probably gonna. I'm gonna,
because I remember when she was on the show, and remember when we told her when she was, she was trying to get that nigga, or that nigga we didn't know. We said we know you, we don't know this nigga, like Father Time, whatever his fucking name is. Yeah. And we was like, we're not giving you his name and stuff. We said you're gonna have to build it, but we would support you. If you say the shit we agree with, and she did, and we were not liars. She's really one of the few universally sanctioned women in the space. She's the only universally sanctioned woman.
Which woman is that?
Space. Which woman? Nobody else is universally sanctioned.
Crimson
Cure.
She started
because you can't criticize
them. I remember when she would be going live and had 30 people, 40 people on a good day. We remember that. So we definitely go back with her when they try to say, man, y'all bringing women, y'all letting these women all in it. No, Crimson Cure is not the only one, but technically the only one. You can argue.
Yeah, the only universally certified.
Yeah, because even if it was a bunch of kicking and screaming when it came to Jessica X, but that's another one that you could legitimately say, really came up through the space and got big or kind of big. She
has a majority vote.
Yeah, she had a majority vote. She no doubt had a majority vote. Absolutely.
Real quick interjection, and
it's obvious. It was across the line.
Hard to criticize Kendra. It's hard to criticize Kendra because she doesn't sexualize herself. She doesn't do any overtly sexual type of topics or even innuendo. Like she's straight on board. You know what I mean? Straight to the point. It's very little criticism you can give a woman who is not trying to say some people will look at Melody King like she's catfishing or she's chameleonizing herself because she wears something a little bit, provocative here and there or whatever the case. Nothing about Kendra is provocative or sexualized. She is basically a classic woman.
Yep, no doubt. Yeah, I'm gonna chop and screw that interview a little bit, but re-put parts of it out there, or I don't know about a full re-upload. I don't know. I'll do something with that maybe.
Yeah,
but, go ahead, little big Nate. Go ahead. What you got?
What up, Bernard? Hey, gentlemen. How you gentlemen doing?
Good.
Absolutely. Always shout out Crimson Cure, man. Been a follower of hers for a while. When she was on Bernard's, I came up. I think I was the only guy to come up and talk to her, and because I had heard her talk about how often she gets legitimate marriage proposals from niggas. Like the guy will detail all his accomplishments and what he's got going on and try to approach her. And she said, yeah, it happens like at least once a month. And just, I don't want to turn this into the whole conversation about this, but if Black women would just look at the Black women who are winning, Black women want to follow, they're surrounded by failure. All their girlfriends are single and miserable. Why not look at the women who get all this support, all this praise, goddamn marriage proposals every month, and take on some of their attributes? I mean, just maybe.
They have a term for them. They call them.
They call them pygmies.
Right, they call them.
What prompted you? What would you want to get off?
Really, real quick.
Yeah,
just Jason Black, the thing from yesterday.
I caught some of you on Rumble. And, it was pretty violent. It was pretty.
Yeah,
violent.
It was just horrible. I had to eat the nigga up. So the link is in the chat. Jason Black has been insulting the Black manosphere for a while. Real quick, I always applaud a man's accomplishments. He's done documentaries. Applaud that. He gives really good career advice to like Black men trying to, figure out what to do with life. He gives them really, comprehensive, good advice on careers and trades they can get into. Salute for that. But again, jealousy is one of the most disgusting traits any man can demonstrate. Jealous of another man's success. He was obviously completely jealous of KS's success, possibly jealous of the influence that the Black manosphere has, which is why nobody ever went at him here that I know of. And he would just constantly berate us. Well, after watching that horrible goddamn expose he did on those two white people, I decided to go ahead and serve him up a little something. Anytime niggas like Jason Black want to say anything, please, all you have to do in response is hashtag gay for white supremacy. That's what Jason Black is. He's gay for white supremacy. He
Explain
gets
that one.
Sexual arousal from being able to point out something that could not be white supremacy related. He goes crazy. You can hear him in the interview. He's gay for white supremacy. There are some Black men who are, quote, gay for white supremacy.
He's basically the equivalent of a leftist.
Very basis of their existence. And if you listen, and I break this down in my stream, listen to how he introduces these earth-shattering, oh my God, Pearly Things likes Ben Shapiro. Oh my God, Pearly Things acts like she doesn't know what the Palestinian Israeli conflict is. Nigga, like Charlottesville had any effect on Black people whatsoever. Oh, Charlottesville. Nick Fuentes was at Charlottesville. These niggas are gay for white supremacy. Period. If
He would be the perfect journalist on TYT, basically.
What's that?
He would be the perfect journalist on TYT.
Basically. Oh, the Young Turks?
Yep, exactly.
He'd be great.
He would be the perfect
This nigga looks at Charlottesville like you all yesterday were arguing about racism and slavery and Jim Crow and black codes. That's because he did a movie about it. It's one of the most it's earth-shattering events in American and Black American history. A couple of hundred white boys with tiki torches screaming, "We shall not be replaced." What effect did that have on any Black man listening to me right now? It had none. But this is supposed to. It's supposed to. I swear to God, he acts like Nick Fuentes, Charlottesville, is supposed to make grown Black men shit their pants. Do you get scared when you hear the name Nick Fuentes? I don't. I didn't even know who he was. These stupid things that are supposed to terrify me don't. And I hope they don't terrify you as grown Black men with children, with families, with obligations. And I had to hurt him yesterday. You want to hear it? You can go here.
Yeah, definitely click that link. Definitely click that link because I opened the panel up. Like we ended up not doing a thorough breakdown of the video, but I listened in on some of Lil Big Nate, and oh man, yeah, it was that was, and we've seen Nate go off on people, but it is different on Rumble. It is legitimately different on Rumble. Yeah,
I ain't asking nobody to co-sign my shit. Just look at the thumbnail. The thumbnail says it all, man. It's beautiful. It is a beautiful thumbnail, man. But I just salute. And one thing I said during the stream, you got to remember who the enemy is. The enemy isn't a guy like Big Mike Drop, man. Salute my nigga Big Mike Drop. He's not the enemy. Of course, Mr. Fantastic's not the enemy. We're not the enemy, gentlemen. Keep your focus on our enemies. Please.
Yeah.
Salute.
All right. Too Cool for School dropped the super chat. Says, okay, that's not nice. That's not nice. But thank you for the $2 super chat. That's not nice. Shout out to everybody in the building. We're about to wrap this thing on up. About to wrap this thing on up. Appreciate everybody coming through. Thank you for coming on up, sharing your giving your thoughts on that little Big Nate. And like I said, great stream on Rumble last night. And furthermore, yeah, thank you to the two other gentlemen on the panel. Let me make sure I give people names back. That Wody Mac.
Yes, sir.
Wody Mac and Gerard Lamont. I don't even know what that is. I can't.
Yeah.
Ibn means son of. Yeah.
Okay, got you. Gerard, son of Lamont. Got you. Thank you to everybody in the building. Appreciate everybody who supported the stream in any way, shape, or form. Appreciate each and every one of you. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we are out of here. Peace. We going. And I haven't even hit the button yet.